I have a message from the Senate on the passage of 3 bills. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41-4, I wish to report to the House that I've received 3 messages from the Senate regarding the passage of 2 National Assembly bills and 1 Senate bill as follows. The Technopolis Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024. The Cooperative Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2024. And the County Government's Additional Allocations number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2025. Honorable members, the first and second messages convey that on Wednesday, 12th November 2025, the Senate considered and passed the Technopolis Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024, and the Cooperatives Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2024 with amendments. You may recall that the National Assembly considered and passed the Technopolis Bill 2024 and the Cooperatives Bill 2024, 19th November 2024 and 3rd December 2024 respectively. Thereafter, I refer the 2 bills to the Senate for consideration pursuant to the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution. The Senate has now referred the said bills back for consideration pursuant to Article 112(b) of the Constitution. The National Assembly is therefore required to consider the Senate amendments to the 2 bills. In this regard, honorable members, I refer the Senate amendments to the Technopolis Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024, to the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation for consideration. With respect to the Cooperatives Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2024, the Senate amendments stand committed to the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Honorable members, to facilitate the consideration of the Senate amendments to the 2 bills, the clerk is directed to circulate the schedule of amendments to all members and the relevant committees as required by the standing orders. I urge the 2 committees to prioritize the consideration of the Senate amendments to the respective bills and report to the House as soon as is practicable to enable the House to consider the amendments to the bills. Honorable members, the 3rd message from the Senate conveys that on Wednesday, 12th November 2025, the Senate considered and agreed to the National Assembly amendments to the County Government's Additional Allocations number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2025. You will recall that this House passed the said bill on 30th September 2025 with amendments, following which I refer the schedule of National Assembly amendments to the Senate for consideration in accordance with Article 110(4) of the Constitution. Honorable members, the approval of the National Assembly amendments to this bill by the Senate now concludes the bicameral consideration of the bill in accordance with the provisions of Article 112 of the Constitution. The House is accordingly informed. Thank you. Next.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 19th November 2025, in the afternoon sitting. 1, the following legal notices and explanatory memorandum from the Minister of Energy and Petroleum. 1, legal notice number 181 of 2025 relating to the Petroleum Development Levy Amendment Order 2025. 2, legal notice number 182 of 2025 relating to the Petroleum Licensing of Petroleum Road Transportation Business number 2 Regulations 2025. 3, legal notice number 183 of 2025 relating to the Petroleum Business Licensing and Petroleum Logistics Facility Construction Permit number 2 Regulations 2025. Legal notice number 184 of 2025 relating to the Petroleum Operations of Common User Petroleum Facilities Regulations 2025. 5, legal notice number 185 of 2025 relating to the Petroleum Products and Quality Management. Number 2, Regulations 2025. Number 6, Legal Notice number 186 of 2025 relating to the petroleum, lubricants, facility, construction, and business licensing. Number 2, Regulations 2025. 7, Legal Notice number 187 of 2025 relating to the petroleum, information and statistics. Number 2, Regulations 2025. Number 8, Legal Notice number 188 of 2025 relating to the petroleum, retail dispensing site construction and licensing. Number 2, Regulations 2025. And number 9, Legal Notice number 189 of 2025 relating to the petroleum, liquefied petroleum gas. Number 2, Regulations 2025. Second, Honorable Speaker, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2025 and certificates therein in respect of 1, Kenya Veterinary Board, 2, support to water and sanitation services in peri-urban area, KFW loan number BMZ 2013 6543.6, Athi Water Works Development Agency. 3, Nairobi Water and Sanitation Project, credit number CKE 113501H, Athi Water Works Development Agency. University Fund, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme. TVET Curriculum Development Assessment Certificates, Certification Council. Kenya Digital Economy Acceleration Project, KDEAP's credit numbers 7289KE and 7290KE, Information and Communication Technology Authority, Center for Mathematics, Science and Technology Education in Africa, CIMASTEA, Kenya National Commission for UNESCO Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme, National Youth Opportunities Towards Advancement, NYOTA Project, credit number IDA 7356, State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Staff Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. Yes, that's Udukon. Go ahead. You are a member of the committee?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 19th November 2025. Honorable Speaker, this is the report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on its consideration of the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 19th November 2025. These are reports of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on its inquiry into 1, the alleged discrimination of local investors in the transport and logistics sector by multinational companies in Kenya, and the proposed sale of shares in the East African Portland Cement. Thank you.
Chairperson, Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee. Karoli.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 19th November 2025. Fourth report of the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee on the status of implementation of the Constitution by 1, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, and 2, the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Public Petitions Committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 19th November 2025. Reports of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of 1, Public Petition number 76 of 2023 by Mr. Robert Junuha Wekesa regarding discrimination by the Teacher Service Commission on the career progression guidelines for special needs education teachers in Kenya. 2, Public Petition number 15 of 2024 by Honorable Vincent Musyoka, MP, regarding gazettement of Mwala and Kalama sub-counties of Machakos County as handship areas. And 3, public petition number 20 of 2024 by Honorable Bernard Kitur, MP, regarding mismanagement of Nandi Teachers Circle and ownership of Mwalimu Plaza building in Kapsabet town. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I...
Dr. Christine Ombaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 19th November, 2025. Honorable Speaker, this is a report on the National Assembly delegation to the 69th session of the Commission of the Status of Women held in New York, USA from 10th to 21st March 2022. I was the chair.
2025 or 22nd?
2025, sorry.
Thank you.
Yes. I was
You are the
leader of the
delegation leader. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chair, Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives on its inquiry into the alleged discrimination of local investors in the transport logistics sector by multinational companies in the country, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19th November 2025. And Honorable Speaker, I also wish to, I also beg to give notice of the following motion that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives on its inquiry into the proposed sale of shares in the East African Portland Cement PLC, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19th November 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, Constitutional Implementation and Oversight Committee. Caroline.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 4th report of the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19th November 2025, on the status of implementation of the Constitution by 1, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, and 2, the Office of the Data Protection Commission. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Public petitions.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of a public petition number 76 of 2023 regarding discrimination on career progression guidelines for special needs education teachers in Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19th November 2025. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of a public petition number 15 of 2024 regarding gazettement of Mwala and Kalama sub-counties of Machakos County as handship areas, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19th November 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, today, this Thursday, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2A, I rise to give the following statements on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met yesterday, Tuesday, 18th November 2025, to prioritize business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, as you had previously communicated, His Excellency the President is scheduled to deliver the 13th State of the Nation address tomorrow. Thursday, 20th November 2025 in the National Assembly chamber. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, much of the business that will not have been concluded today will be deferred to next week. Notably, Honorable Speaker, the standing orders provide for up to 4 sitting days for the debate on the exposition of the public policy contained in the address of the President. It is therefore expected that debate on the President's address will commence on Tuesday, 25th November 2025. I urge members to be present and actively participating during the debate. Honorable Speaker, as you may be aware, we usually present this statement on Thursday, but we have to do it tomorrow because of what I have aforementioned, because of the President today, because of the address of the President tomorrow. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A, 5 and 6, I wish to convey that the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration is scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 26th November 2025, to respond to the following questions. Honorable Speaker, I just wish that these members are present here so that they know when they're scheduled. Question number 085, 2025, by the member for Yatta, the Honorable Robert Basil, MP, regarding omission of gazettement of proposed administrative units in Yatta sub-county. Question number 086 of 2025 by the member for Ndiwa, the Honorable Peters Owino, MP, regarding harassment and cross-border challenges facing Kenyan fishermen in Lake Victoria. Question number 88 of 2025 by the member for Vihiga County, the Honorable Dr. Beatrice Adagala, MP, regarding investigations and justice for the death of Ms. Zaitun Kavaya. Question number 089, 2025, by the member for Tharaka, the Honorable George Murungaru. I'm trying to get his presence, but I can't see him. MP, regarding irregular allocation of police recruitment slots in Tharaka West Sub-County. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, the fifth question, question number 090, 2025, by the member for Turkana North, the Honorable Ekwom Naibun MP, regarding police recruitment irregularities in Turkana North constituency. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the House Business Committee will reconvene on Tuesday, 25th November 2025, to schedule business for the rest of that week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bayer. Next, we still on questions. Honorable Bayer, we are expecting 2 cabinet secretaries. The Prime Cabinet Secretary has 2 questions that are approved, and it indicated it will be coming. So you will, if he's around, bring him to the chamber. But hold on there as you bring, you look, the sergeant can bring him. The second one is the Minister for Agriculture, CS Agriculture, who is supposed to be here to answer questions. I have been told by the clerk that a letter came to the clerk, signed by a junior officer in the ministry, not the minister himself, not the PS, indicating that he has prior engagements elsewhere which are not described either. You should, and I should say this when the Prime Cabinet Secretary is here, because the ministers are part of his portfolio. Take your seat, Owen. Take your seat, Owen. Where is your minister? Welcome, Prime Cabinet Secretary. I was addressing the Majority Leader that today we're expecting yourself to answer questions, and you are dutifully here, as you should. We're also expecting the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, who is not here. There is a letter to our clerk, summoned anytime by the plenary, such as this, or committees of the House, sitting anywhere, even if they summoned a minister to answer questions in Lodwar, the minister has a duty to go and answer questions, because that is what the Constitution provides. And this House has a duty not only to legislate, but to oversight the executive and to appropriate resources for those departments of government after which we oversight. So this House takes a very dim view of the CS Agriculture's casual response to an invite to come to this House. The Constitution also enjoins us, if a minister does not turn up on an invite, to summon. And any summons would carry consequences that are of a penal nature, like that in the judiciary. So we want to advise you as the Prime Cabinet Secretary, under whose portfolio includes parliamentary liaison, that any minister invited to this parliament is not invited as a joke. We invite you because these members of parliament represent the people of Kenya and file questions here on behalf of the people of Kenya in furtherance of their duty to hold the executive to account. So inform the CS in the meantime. I will define certain sanctions against that ministry so that we wake up everybody in the executive. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just to buttress on your ruling, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a tendency that is creeping in this House, Mr. Speaker, where the executive thinks that we are bothering them by inviting them to this House, Mr. Speaker, or to committees of the House. Mr. Speaker, I am receiving a lot of complaints from our members that the principal secretaries and cabinet secretaries are not appearing before committees when they were summoned. And when I called one of them the other day, one of the principal secretaries, Mr. Speaker, he had the audacity to tell me that now I have to open an office in Parliament then. If I'm supposed to appear in Parliament every now and then I should open an office in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this House was created to hold the executive accountable. That is why we are here. We don't have any other business in this country, Mr. Speaker, other than serving the interest of the people of the Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And the Constitution is very clear, Article 94, 95, and 96, that it is Parliament that takes care of the interest of the Kenyan people, Mr. Speaker. If you have no time to appear before Parliament, then you are in the wrong business. You are not supposed to be a cabinet secretary or a principal secretary. Mr. Speaker, when the new Constitution came into place, and there was this proposal, or what happened was to remove the executive from the House. The executive now thinks that they're not answerable to the House because they don't come to the House as the old Constitution used to be. Still, when you are summoned, and especially they are notorious, Mr. Speaker, cabinet secretaries, we are going to name them now when we come back after the address of the national, State of the National Address, Mr. Speaker. Parliament business must be taken very serious, Mr. Speaker. Before they used to complain, there was harassment, people asking for, nowadays there's nothing like that. It is them who are now refusing to appear to answer questions of concern to the people. So, Mr. Speaker, your statement is timely, and we must make sure that it is adhered to. Otherwise, there will be consequences.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, indeed, we do not expect a minister to defy a call to Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I also want to note that I saw the mentioned Cabinet Secretary at the Senate in the morning. And him refusing to attend the National Assembly is slighting this assembly, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, like you said, consequences will be there. We would like you to actually be very, very harsh on the same and very penal on the same, Honorable Speaker, so that ministers know that they have a duty to come to Parliament, constitutional duty, Honorable Speaker, to come and be oversighted, because this is the House.
It is in fact not just a duty. The Constitution says they are responsible to Parliament.
Yes, yes.
It's beyond a duty.
Yes. So, Honorable Speaker, they must honor that responsibility, and therefore we invite you to make such a huge penalty on them so that they do not ever again defy this. And also I want to speak when the Prime Cabinet Secretary is here, that we expect cabinet secretaries to do better than what they do. And that many times when our committees invite them or they bring statements to the House through the committees, these statements do back and forth because they don't give satisfactory responses to those statements that are requested, Honorable Speaker. And I think as a Prime Cabinet Secretary, please inform them. We do not want somebody to just give a statement because he wants to do away with the statement. We want statements that can actually stand the test of time. Because many times you see a chairman of a committee bringing a statement which has been signed by a minister, and that statement is trashed because there's actually no content and no significance in it. So this is important information that Cabinet Secretaries may have.
Karemba,
I thank you.
What is it?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I cannot wait for the sanctions, because today, Honorable Speaker, I am very, very frustrated by the absence of one CSV, and we were anticipating that he would come. And Honorable Speaker, let me say that the absence of these CSVs are really making our work very difficult, because we have to keep waiting for them until the time when they'll be available, and at the same time, every other quarter in the country is waiting for a report to be done. So, Honorable Speaker, the idea of sanctioning them is so timely. Do it right away, Honorable Speaker.
Ngong.
Speaker, thank you. I also wish to reiterate that, Speaker, apart from appearing before this House, Mr. Speaker, you should make it also known that the appearance before the committees is very fundamental. They should never abscond when they are asked to come and appear before the committee. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if it is this House that should make a ruling, or who should make a ruling that. Mr. Speaker, you know, there is a proper separation of powers. And then secondly, there is a separation of duties, functions, responsibilities. Senate is or represent counties. National Assembly represent the people. Sometimes I wonder, Mr. Speaker, why in most of the time the cabinet secretaries spend their time in the Senate, and yet senators, actually ministers are not fully responsible to the Senate than the National Assembly. And just like the governors are not responsible to the National Assembly.
The analogy is irrelevant. We don't care who else they go to.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
This House is the National Assembly.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And the ministers are responsible to this House.
That is why I'm saying, Mr. Well guided. That is why I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. And
whether it is committee or plenary, they carry the same importance, the same weight, and the same value.
Well guided, Mr. Speaker. That is why I'm saying they should not give an excuse that they have been appearing at the Senate, so that maybe they do not have time to come before this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and well guided.
Thank you. Mayaka, on the same? Quick, 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, also just wanted to emphasize, and especially, and you have used the same term that was made reference to this House, that they had other prior official engagement. Honorable Speaker, it seems like they have a template that they all use, because that is the same response all ministers and PSs give us every time that we call them to come before committees. And I think this needs to be taken into as a very serious matter. For example, in my committee, we've always sent letters to our minister for East Africa, for EAC. We have never had an opportunity to meet our minister. We are always having apologies, and yet we have an EAC summit coming up, and we have never been able to meet our minister. I think this needs to be taken very seriously.
Any committee that is having a frustration with a cabinet secretary, write to the Speaker. This House has dismissed a deputy president. It can do us to a minister. Yes. Yes, Koyo?
Please, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I've come running because one of the issues that the CS Agriculture is supposed to react to was mine. And I saw he sent
The
a message
minister
that
is engaged elsewhere.
in Moroni, and he did not contact me. No, he's not in Moroni because I'm not aware. Otherwise, I would have known. The issue that I put to him, people are dying on the ground, and I wanted him to come with a solution. And we're not going to continue waiting in perpetuity.
Point made. Prime Cabinet Secretary, you hear the frustration of my members, and you know that the Department of Parliamentary Liaison lies in your office, and we encourage you to whip these ministers to respond to invitations. Otherwise, we'll graduate invitations to summons, and summons will be followed by sanctions. And sanctions can be followed by something worse. Let's now go to questions to the Prime Cabinet Secretary. Welcome, Honorable Mudavadi, to answer the questions. We have two questions for you. The first one, I call the member for Laikipia, Kaskazini, Mheshimiwa Sara Korere, kuuliza swali namba 87 ya 2025.
Shukrani Mheshimiwa Spika. Nauliza swali 87 mwaka 2025 kwa waziri. Je, waziri anaweza toa ripoti kuhusu idadi ya raia wa Kenya waliosajiliwa na wasiosajiliwa wanaoishi na kufanya kazi katika Jamhuri ya Muungano ya Tanzania kufikia tarehe 29 Oktoba mwaka 2025. Pili, kubainisha iwapo kuliripotiwa vifo vyovyote vya raia wa Kenya katika Jamhuri ya Muungano ya Tanzania kipindi cha uchaguzi uliofanyika tarehe 29 Oktoba mwaka 2025 na baadaye, na ikiwemo idadi ya vifo pamoja na hatua zilizochukuliwa kurudisha marehemu kwa jamii zao nchini Kenya. Tatu, kutaja ni biashara ngapi za Wakenya zimeathiriwa na ghasia za kipindi cha uchaguzi katika Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Na mwisho, kueleza hatua ambazo Wizara ya Masuala ya Nje na Ughaibuni imechukua ikishirikiana na serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania kutambua walipo wa Kenya walioripotiwa kutoweka baada ya uchaguzi.
Sarah, although your question is in Kiswahili, the response I've received is in English, and the Prime Cabinet Secretary will answer you in English. Is that all right?
Mheshimiwa Spika, ni sawa, hata Kimombo na kielewa sawa sawa.
Whoever is saying no, read your constitution. There are two official languages, English or Swahili, or the third one, the Braille. Yes, the sign language. Go ahead, Prime Cabinet.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me acknowledge this communication from you, Mr. Speaker, regarding the failure of several cabinet ministers to respond appropriately to the calls of the House. I will take it up, and I'm sure when we meet next, there'll be a record of better response. So may I take this opportunity to apologize on their behalf, and at the same time to say that I'll take up the necessary action. Now, if I go straight to the question raised by the Honorable Member Sarah Korere, I wish to respond as follows. On the first aspect, that is on the registration and presence of Kenyan citizens residing, working, studying, or operating businesses in the United Republic of Tanzania as at 29th of October 2025, my response is as follows. I wish to state the following based on the records maintained by the Kenya High Commission in Dar es Salaam and the Kenya Consulate in Arusha, and official statistics provided by the government of Tanzania. Data from the Kenya High Commission and the Consulate. Between 2021 and October 2025, a total of 766 Kenyan citizens physically registered with the Kenya High Commission in Dar es Salaam and in the Kenya Consulate in Arusha. In addition, the Mission online registration portal, which was very active between 2021 and June 2023, has so far recorded 276,186 Kenyan entries into Tanzania, covering both short-term and long-term stays. Statistics from the United Republic of Tanzania from July 2023 to June 2024 are as follows. During the reporting period, the government of Tanzania issued to Kenyan nationals the following: 448 students gratis passes, 879 work permits, 370 registered business entities owned by Kenyans, 1,806 residence permits for workers and self-employed Kenyans. This amounts to a total of 3,503 documented Kenyan citizens residing or conducting socioeconomic activities in Tanzania during the period under review. That is from the Tanzanian records. I wish to note that the observations here is that the high number of work and residence permits issued indicates growing labor mobility and expanding economic engagement by Kenyan citizens within Tanzania, presumably being driven by the free movement of people and capital in the East African community. This data shows a steady increase in cross-border economic integration consistent with the objectives and spirit of the EAC. The second aspect of her question is to do with the debts. Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond as follows. On the reported debts of Kenyan nationals during or after the elections of 29th October 2025 and the repatriation measures taken. To date, and based on the information received from the Kenya missions in Arusha and Dar es Salaam, there has been one confirmed death of a Kenyan national linked to the unrest surrounding the 29th October 2025. The deceased, Mr. John Ogutu, a Kenyan teacher at Sky Schools in Kinondoni district, was shot dead on 29th October 2025 at approximately 7 p.m. in Goba Center, Obungo district area, Dar es Salaam. Mr. Speaker, I wish to point out that in response, the Kenya High Commission, with the support from Sky Schools, conducted visits to government hospital mortuaries in Dar es Salaam to trace and identify the remains of Mr. Ogutu. However, these efforts have so far been unsuccessful. The Kenya High Commission formally notified Tanzanian authorities through diplomatic channels and requested their assistance in locating the body. I personally wrote to the Minister for Foreign and East African Community Affairs of Tanzania to seek his urgent intervention. The Kenya High Commission remains in constant engagement with Tanzanian authorities. However, the body of the late Mr. Ogutu is yet to be traced, and we are following up accordingly. And once the body or the remains are found, the embassy shall facilitate the repatriation. The third aspect or question is to do with Kenyan-owned businesses affected by election-related violence. Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond as follows. The preliminary assessment by the Kenya High Commission and field officers indicate that no significant Kenyan-owned businesses reported incidents of damage, looting, or temporary closure during the election period. The mission has only noted an incident at the Namanga one-stop border post where a tear gas canister thrown by a Tanzanian security forces landed on the Kenyan side and struck the KRA cargo scanner area. The incident was reported through established channels and additional security support was deployed from Kajiado. There was no major impact and no further related incident. The fourth aspect of the honorable member's question was on measures being taken to locate Kenyans who were reported missing after the elections. I wish to respond as follows. There were no reported cases of missing Kenyan nationals following the unrest associated with the general elections in the United Republic of Tanzania. However, the mission received reports of several Kenyans who had been arrested and detained in various locations across Tanzania. In response, the Kenya High Commission dispatched a team of officers to the respective police stations and immigration officers to verify the arrests, provide consular assistance, and engage local authorities. Following the intervention by the government of Kenya through the High Commission, all but 2 of the detained Kenyans have since been released. The remaining 2 individuals are Mr. Samuel Kagila and Stephen Dungu Kimani, who are currently held at Arusha Central Police Station. The mission remains actively engaged with Tanzanian authorities and efforts are ongoing to secure their release. And the ministry has also sought assurances that the 2 Kenyans will be accorded full due process, including access to legal representation and timely production before a competent court. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Korere, umetosheka?
Mheshimiwa Spika, sio haswa sijatosheka kamili, manake taarifa tunazozipata nje ni kwamba kuna baadhi ya Wakenya ambayo hawajui walipo wapendwa wao. Pia kando na hiyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, tunajua kwamba taifa ya Kenya na muungano na Jamhuri ya Muungano ya Tanzania tuko na mengi tu ambayo yanatushikanisha. Mbali na binadamu, kuna viumbe vingine vya Kenya ambavyo vinapatikana Tanzania. Kwa hivyo ni vyema wizara yetu husika iweze kuwajibika, na namshukuru waziri manake ameonyesha kwamba wizara imewajibika, lakini waendelee kuwajibika zaidi ili tujue walipo Wakenya wote ambayo mpaka sasa wapendwa hao hawajui walipo, na pia ule uhusiano na undugu ulio baina ya nchi hizi mbili iendelee kukuwepo hata baada ya uchaguzi ya nchi yoyote ile.
Thank you. Tandaza. Honorable Tandaza.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Langu litakuwa fupi kwamba tunajua kwamba Zanzibari ama Unguja ni kati ya Jamhuri ya Tanzania. Lakini tunashangaa kwamba wakati wa Zanzibari wanapokuja Kenya tunawapatia taratibu za kawaida kama ndugu zetu, lakini Mkenya anapoenda Zanzibar ni kwamba anahitajika kulipa takriban dola 44 kama bima, na haijalishi aidha mtu anaenda kwa siku moja ama siku mbili. Mimi nakotoka Tanzania ni jirani, Zanzibar ni jirani na tuna familia kule. Kwa nini wao watutoze bima ya afya dola 44 ili hali wao wakija hawatozi chochote? Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
You cannot, please, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my question to the Cabinet Secretary. Honorable Speaker, as you're aware, we had two Kenyans who are lost. More notably, the gentleman called Nicholas Oyo, who's actually my constituent in Uganda. And this was just as a result of politics within on the Ugandan side, although that issue was resolved before I brought my statement. Honorable Speaker, we have quite a number of Kenyans who suffer in Uganda and in Tanzania for various other reasons, including even a question tied to the Honorable Korere, where we have people conducting business in those countries and they get harassed as well. Some even being suspected of getting involved in politics, and yet they're actually conducting business. Yet, in the reverse, Honorable Speaker, here in Nairobi, in fact in my constituency, we have so many Tanzanians, undocumented Tanzanians, right here in Nairobi conducting business. And our government does nothing. We just allow them to conduct business. So, Honorable Speaker, is it time perhaps that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs does a documentation of all the Tanzanians, all the Ugandans who are actually conducting business in Kenya, and this information be made public, that it can be shared with our neighbors so that they are aware that we do have people from their countries who are conducting business in Kenya, and they know what is at stake when they harass our citizens who are conducting business in those countries. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to raise a question.
Jaldeza.
Yes. I want to raise a question on the Kenyans who have been said to be held up in Russia being taken to the war front side of Ukraine. There are 5 Kenyans whom we have the names, and the names that I have is Edwin Wafula, Awad Mtindi, Isa Alake, Peter Muredi, and Patrick Obonyo. Whether the minister is aware of their situation and the way any means they have taken to repatriate them back to their country safely.
Kwame. Honorable Okwame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, Mr. Speaker, permit me to say that a Kenyan is a Kenyan. It doesn't matter whether he is within the country or outside the country. If a Kenyan is outside the country, and in particular just next door like Tanzania, Uganda, and something happens to him, like the cases we are referring to, for sure our government must show a serious concern so that both Kenyans inside and outside can know they are Kenyans, and our government, together with other Kenyans, care and are concerned about them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope the Prime Cabinet Secretary is getting us and is going to take some action.
You can answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will respond to the issues raised.
Honorable Korere just made a complimentary statement. You don't have to answer to that.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
You just complimented what he said. So, chukua microphone.
Speaker, I said there are Kenyans who are still missing, and according to the Cabinet Secretary, he says that there are no reports of Kenyan missing. But if from what we know, there are people who are complaining that more Kenyans are not known where their whereabouts are not known. So they should know where those Kenyans are and try to reach out to their families so that they can get full information on the people who are claiming their loved ones are missing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, I did indicate in my statement that there is Mr. Ogutu who passed away, and that is indicated, and we are trying to trace the remains. I also indicated that there were other Kenyans who had been held in the police stations, and they have since been released. And I said there are 2 left, and these are the ones that we have records of. And I would want to appeal to the honorable member and to everybody listening that indeed, if there are any other potential Kenyans who are missing, the Kenyan mission in Dar es Salaam is ready to receive the details, and equally here in Nairobi, at the ministry headquarters, we can receive the details so that we can pursue and see if they're in danger or if there's any other reason. So we are open to following up on that. On the issue of Zanzibar and the claim of $42 for medical cover, this is something that I can only say that the government of Kenya has also been reflecting on, because we have seen situations where, in the situation of Kenya, people can cross over to seek medical help in our hospitals, and they have not been charged any insurance cover. So this is an issue that is with Tanzania. The government of Kenya is also debating it internally to see whether there is need to provide some measure of insurance cover for some of the visitors that come into Kenya, so that in case they fall sick, then the burden does not squarely fall on the Kenyan taxpayer alone, but it is also covered in the context of insurance. But that is something that I just wanted to highlight. We have noted, and we hope we can balance it out going forward. On the issue of the Kenyans who are in Uganda, Nicholas Oyo and Njagi, at this point in time, Honorable Mwenje, or Mr. Speaker, we can say that they are happy, they are at home, they are safe back in their country, and the government of Kenya engaged fully with the government of Uganda to secure their release. One of the things that we also know is that a lot of Kenyans, as they move, they do not necessarily register or inform the Kenyan embassy in the country they are going to. So some of these issues we stumble upon only when there's a moment of distress. So we also encourage Kenyans who are traveling to also indicate and notify our respective embassies where we have a mission, that they are indeed in that country. Should there be need for any SOS, then the government of Kenya can intervene. The other point, let me finish before.
Yes, Angela, what's your point of order? Why can't you have a question or?
No, it's a point of order, Mr. Speaker. Prime Cabinet Secretary is misleading the House, because some of us live at the border, right at the lake, and people move in and move out even when they are going for fishing. They will not go to islands or to fish, then they move up to Kampala where the embassy is to report. They just move in as Kenya and they move out. So it's in order to mislead that we need to be reporting in the Kampala office while we have only gone to fish.
Go on and answer the question.
Well,
let him respond to the issues raised earlier.
Yeah.
And those of you who have issues, I know Undo, I'm sure you are tied to Angela with the lake and fish.
Yes.
Let him finish answering the earlier questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to say that in certain instances, some of these Kenyans who go don't even inform some of their own family members when they're leaving. So we can only encourage that communication is important when this movement between the various countries is being done. However, with regard to the East African community, we are a regional bloc, and we allow for free movement across the border. And as I did indicate, when I say that it is good to notify, there would be special circumstances when you notify. But really, when you're doing your own business, normal trade, I do agree with the Honorable Anjala, it may not necessarily call for notification in that sense. But this is in the sense that in the event somebody is going to overstay in a country, and maybe there could be some issues that require intervention. Yes. The other thing that, Mr. Speaker, I would want to pick up is the issue of Russia. I just want to point out that, again, we are pursuing, working both with the Russian government. Our ambassador in Moscow, Mathuki, is seized with this matter. And we are trying to ensure that Kenyans who are going there are not misled to enter into a war that they do not understand and put themselves in the line of danger. We have also engaged, in fact, President Ruto has even engaged with Zelensky for some of the Kenyans who were arrested or caught in this particular act of conflict and now are prisoners of war. So the government of Kenya is in negotiations to try and secure the release of some of these Kenyans who went to these front lines. We have since also advised that Kenyans should be very careful so that they don't fall into the trap of being lured into a situation which can be dangerous for them. Mr. Speaker, I think in terms of just re-emphasizing that it is the responsibility of the government of Kenya, and it has set up the State Department for Diaspora so that it can become more effective in assisting Kenyans that are living away from home. There was no State Department of Diaspora before. This is the first time, this is the first government that has set it up, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that the State Department is working day and night. They have a 24-hour call center to track and deal with any distress cases that come in from Kenyans in different parts of the country. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that we must, all as a regional bloc within the East African community, respect and work together as members of the East African community, and we should all collectively move away from bordering on entering into xenophobia, where we start having unnecessary hostility against citizens of other friendly countries. It's all our duty, and it's also the duty of the East African community member states to make sure that we do not fall into a xenophobic situation.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First of all, allow me also to continue the debate initiated by my neighbor. Honorable Speaker.
This is question time, it's not debate time.
Fine, just to present the same question, yes, that to the Cabinet Secretary, Prime Cabinet Secretary, on the issue of families that strayed across the borders. What efforts is the government doing to ensure that other countries, friendly countries, neighboring countries, accord them the same treatment that we do when they cross over to this part of the country? Secondly, Prime Cabinet Secretary, through your Speaker, there has been a lot of cases where foreigners seeking refugees in Kenya, running away from persecution or prosecution from their country, are abducted in this country and taken back to their country for prosecution without following proper process of extradition. What efforts, what measures the government doing to stop that unfriendly and unacceptable behavior? Thank you.
Yes, Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. PCS, the issue of customs union, common market, and also the East African Charter. A Kenyan who moves to Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, Rwanda, I believe he or she feels that they are still within Kenya. because those charters bind all the East Africans. When we see some of the responses you are giving on the media in recent days, it is as if we are operating on different laws. Then if that is the case, then it simply means that the East African Charter that binds all of us is not working. Are we going to sign rafts of MOUs so that Kenyan citizens who are doing business or the expatriates in those countries or their students, their rights are safeguarded by new laws? Because from what I see, then we are operating on very different systems that Kenyans in those countries are not safe. Maybe your response on that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Simply put, Prime Cabinet Secretary is asking what happened to the protocol on free movement of people, goods, and services in the East African community. Is that right? Yes. Junet?
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to ask a supplementary question on the issue of the recruitment that is going on in Russia, the fight between Russia and Ukraine. As the Prime Cabinet Secretary has said, Mr. Speaker, they have made efforts to reach out to Russia and Ukraine on the issue. But what I wanted to ask is, it looks like there are criminal enterprises here within the country who are luring those people to go to Russia and fight in that war between Russia and Ukraine. Is there any effort the government has made to bust those criminal enterprises that are luring those men and women who want to go to that war? And my second question, Mr. Speaker, is supplementary, is on the issue of the policy of the foreign ministry. For example, on the Middle East, what's happening in the Middle East? This looks like we are in a state of confusion. Nobody knows what is the position of the government of Kenya on what is going on in the Middle East. So can the Prime Cabinet Secretary enlighten us on what could be the position of the government of Kenya on what is going on in the Middle East of part of the world?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask a supplementary question to the Cabinet Secretary of Foreign Affairs regarding what Junet has just alluded on the policy of the government. We have seen of recently claims by an airline carrying some Palestinians, stopping over Nairobi and later taking them to South Africa. Mr. Speaker, it's very saddening when we become a country of conduit of human trafficking, because it does not augur very well when we have already ratified treaties to protect human trafficking. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it is the issue between our citizens here and our neighbors, Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. Mr. Speaker, it's the high time we understand from the Cabinet Secretary, what are they doing to make sure that we continue enjoying the tranquility of the East African Treaty of Free Movement? Mr. Speaker, we can even table evidence of Kenyans who have been asked to produce documents to be in Tanzania or in Uganda. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I think there is a serious laxity in this ministry when Kenyans are held in different territories over the country. In my constituency, Mr. Speaker, we have had cases of children or young people going to seek jobs in Middle East, and by bad luck or whatever happens, they pass there. To repatriate that body back to Kenya, it's taking close even to 6 months, Mr. Speaker. So as a ministry, what are you doing to protect Kenyans when they are abroad? That is a fundamental question the Cabinet Secretary should tell us as members of Parliament. And last but not least, you need to be very clear.
Order. You are joyriding on somebody else's question and you're asking 4 questions.
Mr. Speaker.
Actually, you are making a speech.
No, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the last question. I've just heard the Prime Cabinet Secretary talk about the two Kenyans who were held in Uganda, and he said that the government were fully engaged. And we saw those Kenyans saying that their release came when the former president of this country, Uhuru Kenyatta, intervened. It is a shame. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. If Kenya is engaged, it's engaged. Even you can engage. Yes. Yes, Junet.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether you heard what the member said lastly, that the former president engaged the Ugandan government to release Kenyans from there. As who, Mr. Speaker? An ordinary citizen who was retired, Mr. Speaker, who was just doing his farming in Gatundu, Mr. Speaker. And lastly, this is the bad manner. We need to train them. This is the bad manners of united opposition in Kenya. They just give a speech in parliament instead of asking a question, Mr. Speaker.
Can you, let's have the very last, Wanjala. There is another question from Naisula. Let the Prime Cabinet finish this.
No, I was on a point of...
Who is that shouting? Shimba. After Wanjala, I'll give you a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Lake Victoria is a shared resource. And Mr. Speaker, all the waters in Lake Victoria are gotten from Kenya, because all the rivers that flows into Lake Victoria are from Kenya, except Kagera, the only one that is coming from Tanzania. Mr. Speaker...
Kagera doesn't come from Tanzania, it comes from Rwanda.
Yes, but it goes through Tanzania, it comes to Uganda, DRC. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, and all fish is bred in Kenya, because Kenya is where we have the biggest swamps, where fish are bred. But, Mr. Speaker, when we go to the lake to fish, the Ugandans and Tanzanians harass Kenyans, extort Kenyans, beat Kenyans, jail Kenyans, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is silent. Mr. Speaker, what action is the minister going to take to negotiate with these countries? Because Lake Victoria is a shared resource for all of us, and we contribute a lot to Lake Victoria by providing fish and the waters. And Mr. Speaker, could also the minister activate communication department in his office, so that when there is a problem in Kenya, a Kenyan is caught in another country, like what happened to the Kenyans who are caught in Uganda, so that Kenyans are updated on what is happening, than them keeping quiet. We know they are busy, but they should have communication department to appraise Kenyans all the time, the way they were doing during COVID, Mr. Speaker.
Can you respond to those, and then we'll go to the next question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me take up the issue of the common market charter and the protocols. These protocols do exist, and they are in force. Sometimes they may not be adhered to properly, but they are in force, and that is why we have regular conversations within the context of the East African community to also take stock and improve on how the East African community can run and how the protocols can be fully adhered to. However, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for the Kenyans to distinguish between the common market protocols and constitutions of the various countries. These are 8 sovereign states who are members of the East African community. And they have constitutions. And the provisions of each nation's constitution applies to that country. So it is important that Kenyans, and for everybody to appreciate that as we look at what is within the common market framework and the protocols, and we monitor their breaches and correct them, we would urge people to respect the sovereignty of the states. It's always very important as we go forward. The issue of extradition, if the government of Kenya is going to extradite, there's a process that would be followed. And I want to assure the Kenyans that the House that we have not had recently many or massive cases of extradition. If there was a record, we would be able to share that with you. So unless there's a very specific case that one would want to bring up, then we would talk about that. The most recent case that I can give you is that within the context of dealing with some of the illegal processes of recruiting unsuspecting Kenyans to the Russian front, the government of Kenya did extradite somebody of Russian descent who was involved in what was illegal in our view. And not too long ago, even in Athi River, the authorities have busted a ring which had 21 Kenyans who had been locked up in a place, and they were being prepared to be taken to the front line. The authorities and the security agencies were able to intercept this potential danger of 21 Kenyans going to the front line. So we are working closely with all agencies to ensure that this menace is dealt with. Mr. Speaker, there is the issue that came up of what is our policy on the Middle East. I just want to say that this House did pass sessional paper number 1 of 2025 on foreign policy. And one of the things that came out very clearly in that sessional paper is that Kenya stands for a two-state solution on the matter of Palestine. And this House endorsed that position, and it was in that sessional paper. So from that perspective, that is the position of Kenya, and Parliament did endorse that position. So we have not negated that position whatsoever. The other thing that I want to highlight is something to do with the civil aviation, and I would recommend, Mr. Speaker, that a special question can be developed around the Kenya civil aviation issue about the plane that had passengers that were then moved to another country. The civil aviation of Kenya had proper record, proper sight of that aircraft, and I want to reassure that Kenya does not get involved in any human trafficking. I think there are misleading reports that need to be corrected, and a proper question focusing on that would enable the relevant ministry to respond specifically to it. Mr. Speaker, I want to also point out that the issue of how we exploit our maritime resources and the fishing issues, I can only urge that the government of Kenya has established a department and a ministry that focuses on this area. And from time to time, they will be seized, and I think we have a competent minister there in the name of Joho, who will focus on, in detail, on what they are doing to ensure that we have fair and unfettered exploitation of our maritime resources. Mr. Speaker, I think on the quick supplementary questions, I believe I have touched on all of them.
Shimba, Karole, I won't give you. Shimba will be the last one. I want to go to the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shimba.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Cabinet Secretary replied to a question by Honorable Tandaza, and this is in regards to the taxes being levied by Tanzania. I believe, Mr. Speaker, we are all guided by the East African Community
Ask a
Common
question.
Charter.
Ask a question.
The question is, why is one country behaving differently from the other countries in the arrangement of the East African Community, Mr. Speaker?
To be fair to the PCS, he answered that question, Shimba.
Yeah, but of course, Mr. Speaker.
So ask him as a question for probably further clarification, because what you're asking, he answered.
But he didn't actually answer properly, because we
are
are all...
Order, Shimba.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Tandazo who asked the question is not complaining. Why are you wailing louder than the bereaved?
But Mr. Speaker, we are guided by the East African Community rules and portfolios.
So ask him the question.
Why is one country allowed to go outside the agreed protocols, of course, of the other countries? The second one, Mr. Speaker, is about this help desk. How active is this help desk? Because right now I've received complaints about workers who are in Saudi Arabia, and they were demanding for their rights, and they have been incarcerated for almost 2 weeks now, Mr. Speaker. How active is this desk? Are the members of the public aware about this desk internally and even perhaps externally? And finally, if, Mr. Speaker, you may allow.
You are a joyrider. One question is
Yeah,
enough.
if you may allow, that's what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, finish up.
I was in Ethiopia recently, Mr. Speaker. I found in that airport almost all the airplanes belong to Ethiopian Airlines. Today in Kenya, Mombasa has only 4 flights in a day, Mr. Speaker. Is the Ministry of Transport really working? But of course, I'm asking about, because he's the Chief Cabinet Secretary, he's also aware about the predicament that we are suffering as users of the airspace. Mr. Speaker, I want you to indulge the Prime Cabinet Secretary at least to assist us in this predicament we have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Karoli, Wangela, you're out of order.
Speaker,
Order.
PCS did not answer my question.
He did.
He avoided.
Karoli.
Honorable Wanjala, don't beat me up.
Karoli, you should help Wanjala to listen.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Could the Prime Cabinet Secretary inform the House what steps the government has taken to address the recent claims by Uganda that they want to take the Indian Ocean, overrun Kenya and take the Indian Ocean, given their history of military adventurism in South Sudan, in DRC, in Rwanda, in Somalia, and in Burundi, and other parts of the region? And could he also assure the members of parliament of their safety, since in about 2 weeks we will be in Uganda for the interparliamentary sports? Thank you.
Mudavadi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start with the Honorable Karoli. I just want to assure him that they'll be safe when they go to Uganda for the interparliamentary sports.
There is no evidence to the contrary. I think Karoli is just engaged in comic relief.
Correct. And then I just want, on the issue of the Indian Ocean, I just want to say that there are conventions and international obligations which deal with landlocked countries.
And the African Union Constitutive Act.
And the African Union Constitutive Act is one of such instruments. So I want to assure you that we are not going to go to war. And we as a country have always, since time immemorial, provided safe passage and free passage for goods from landlocked countries. And we are not about to change that, because it's our international obligation, but also it's how we grow the ports in our country. The second issue I just wanted to touch on is the issue around aviation travel in the country. I didn't quite get.
Shimba asked 3 questions.
Yeah.
About the levy to Zanzibar by Tandaza, about the lack of adequate aerial services to Mombasa, and the help desk at your ministry for Kenyans in distress internally and externally.
Good. Now, on the issue of transport and air, this is a private sector-driven sector, and the demand for services, especially if it is between Kenya, internally, intra-Kenya, internally, where you are moving from one port to the other, I think it's driven by the demand and commercial viability. And this is left for the private sector to determine. Now, in terms of the international connections with other countries, this also calls for further investment, and we are talking about how Kenya Airways can be supported further so that it can take up a bigger market share in the context of regional and international flights. And I know important decisions are about to be made on how the Kenya Airways can be supported, and I think the minister responsible for transport will soon be speaking to this particular issue. The help desk, Mr. Speaker, has been there now for quite some time, and it is serving a lot of Kenyans. I have personally visited the 24-hour emergency center of the State Department of Diaspora, and I can confirm it is functioning, it is active, and there are very many young Kenyans who are doing a good job in assisting Kenyans and who are in distress and families that are in distress. I would want to invite the honorable member at an appropriate time when he has some free time on his hands to visit this center so that he can get a first-hand feel of what it is doing. On the issue of the tax, you called it tax, but the honorable member Tandaza talked of insurance cover. We are very clear that if there are any breaches, we have mechanisms of negotiating within the framework of the East African community, where a country has introduced something that is raising concerns with member states for it to be addressed. And it's within that framework that we shall address issues like the ones we raised. But I did indicate that Kenya also has been thinking about how to support its health infrastructure, because so many visitors do come, and then unfortunately some of them may fall sick, and it behoves on us to treat them as a nation. But these are infrastructure funded by the Kenyan taxpayer. So what happens when the others, this is why you sometimes have travel insurance, this is why you sometimes have health insurance, and Zanzibar is trying to cover their health component in that by imposing a levy. But these are issues that are being discussed within the framework of the East African community. Mr. Speaker, I believe some of the issues that are coming through are also in the context of the next question.
Question by private notice, Naisula Lesuda.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to ask the following questions to the Prime Cabinet Secretary. Could the Prime Cabinet Secretary clarify whether any senior government officials or their family members directly or indirectly own, control, or benefit from recruitment, training, or insurance companies involved in deploying Kenyan workers to the Gulf? Provide the full terms of the current bilateral labor agreements with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, including negotiated wages, complaint handling mechanisms, emergency response obligations, and repatriation terms for Kenyan workers. Explain the current capacity of the Kenyan Embassy in Riyadh and the consulate in Jeddah to respond to reports of abuse and to protect Kenyan workers in distress, including staffing, funding, safe house availability, and case resolution mechanisms. Explain the criteria and specific oversight mechanisms applied in vetting agencies before they are granted recruitment licenses, and further explain the number of recruitment agency licenses that have been revoked in the last 5 years. Provide the number of workers that have been repatriated due to abuse, medical emergencies, or labor violations, and the specific legal, psychosocial, or financial support that has been provided. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, could the Prime Cabinet Secretary explain why the minimum wages of Kenyan domestic workers in the Gulf countries has not been renegotiated in line with regional benchmarks such as the Philippines and Sri Lanka? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Cabinet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to respond as follows. First, Kenyans migrating abroad must have travel insurance cover, and I wish to state that no single insurance company has a monopoly covering Kenyans seeking jobs in the Gulf or any other country. Individuals and Kenyan private recruitment agencies are at liberty to choose their preferred insurance companies. As to whether there is details of family members directly involved or own or control, Mr. Speaker, I would want to say that we have a list of 594 recruitment agencies, and it would take quite a bit of time to go through that detail. But also to point out that as we speak, this Parliament appropriately passed the Conflict of Interest Bill, and if through the process anybody is found to be in conflict or in conflict with what their role is, then appropriate action would be taken. The second aspect is, what are the terms of the current bilateral labor agreements with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, including negotiated wages and complaint handling mechanisms, emergency responses, and obligations? I wish to respond as follows. Kenya is at an advanced stage of negotiating with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for a new comprehensive agreement that will cover skilled and semi-skilled workers with significantly improved wages and conditions. Just this week, we have received official communication on enhanced wage agreements for Kenyans employed in the Kingdom of Arabia. The third aspect of the questions was to explain the current capacity of the Kenyan Embassy in Riyadh and the Consulate in Jeddah to respond to the reports of abuse and how they protect Kenyans workers in distress. Mr. Speaker, the number of Kenyans living and working in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has increased exponentially, now estimated at 350,000. To enhance consular services, we recently opened a consulate in Jeddah to augment the mission in Riyadh. We will also be seeking more budgetary support to expand the capacity of our mission to serve Kenyans better. The government will be seeking funding for the establishment of a safe house for Kenyans in distress. The fourth aspect of the question was to explain the criteria and oversight mechanisms applied in vetting agencies before they are granted recruitment licenses, and further explain the number of recruitment agencies that have had their licenses revoked in the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, a multi-agency committee comprising of the Department of Labor, Interior, Foreign Affairs, the Attorney General, the National Police, National Intelligence Service, and Director Criminal Investigations, DCI, was set up. This committee vets all applications by recruitment agencies in line with Section 54A to 60 of the Labor Institutions Act of 2007 and the Private Employment Agencies Regulations of 2016. The criteria includes financial capability of a capital base of Kenya shillings 5 million, office space and facilities, educational qualifications of the directors and managers, degree for the manager and Form 4 certificate for directors. Others are individuals with others are to make sure that the individuals have no criminal record. They must at least be one Kenyan director. Foreigners must be in possession of a work permit. Mr. Speaker, there are currently 594 recruitment agencies with valid licenses. The government has to date deregistered over 600 other agencies on various grounds of malpractice. The fifth aspect of the question was to provide the number of workers that have been repatriated due to abuse and other challenges. Mr. Speaker, the number of distress cases handled from the Middle East from 2023 to date are 3,452. Finally, the member wanted us to explain why the minimum wages of Kenyan domestic workers in the Gulf countries has not been renegotiated in line with regional benchmarks such as the Philippines and Sri Lanka. The bilateral labor agreement for domestic workers was signed in 2018 and it came into operation in 2019. In addition, a meeting held in February 2019 between the representatives of the Saudi manpower companies and Kenyan recruitment agencies agreed on a minimum salary of 850 Saudi riyals, that is about 30,000 Kenya shillings. However, from 1st October 2025, Saudi Arabia officially launched phase 3 of its wage protection system for domestic workers. Under this phase, all employers who hire 2 or more domestic workers are now required to transfer salaries through official digital channels via the MUSAND platform. This step reflects the Kingdom's strong commitment to safeguarding workers' rights and ensuring timely, transparent, and secure salary payments. By January 2026, the system will become mandatory for all domestic workers in Saudi Arabia, regardless of the number of employees. The WPS system for domestic workers is the first system of its kind globally to cover this category of workers. And this represents a landmark reform from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia so that it strengthens protection, promotes fair treatment, and enhances trust between employers, workers, and recruitment officers. This initiative will support our shared goals of ensuring the dignity, security, and welfare of domestic workers while further enforcing our collaboration. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, let me just reaffirm that our citizens are not merely migrating for work. They are being actively recruited worldwide because of their skills, resilience, and work ethic. The government celebrates this global recognition and will spare no effort in building robust systems, including bilateral agreements, real-time embassy interventions, verified recruitment, and enforceable protections, so that every Kenyan who steps out to earn abroad does so with the full backing and shield of the government.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Prime Cabinet Secretary, for your response. I just have two follow-up questions. Is it a coincidence that Saudi Arabia is where we get all, or Middle East, is where we get most of the complaints about Kenyans being mistreated there, and not other parts of the country? Because I'm sure there are other Kenyans who are going to work in other parts of the world, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to say that it is important that we get the full terms of the current bilateral labor agreement, because that is what I asked for. Even if you're working on the new one, it is important that we get to see it, because it will put, and I think, Mr. Speaker, just a statement that I would like to make, once these things are settled once and for all, it will avoid a lot of misinformation out there, Mr. Speaker. And so it is important for the Prime Cabinet Secretary to just come outrightly on some of these matters so that it can put to rest once and for all, because I'm sure this is not the first time that we've had this question in this House.
Shakil first. Kisumu Town East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm also the chairman of APNAC, the African Parliamentarians Against Corruption, and in the next meetings we are talking about the problems of migrant workers as one of these issues. The question that I have, I'd like a confirmation from the Chief, from Honorable Mudavadi, whether, for the Foreign Minister, whether in his knowledge, has the Gulf countries and Saudi Arabia now banished that system that they used to sell? I don't know what it was called. They used to sell their workers because these workers were under contract, and then they would literally sell them like a slave trade. And they were not allowed to do anything else, and they had no say in the matter. I was told those regulations were being revised. Can you confirm to me whether he's aware that they have now been changed, and actually that very, very defective and horrendous system has now been abolished? Thank you.
Tandaza.
Asante, Mheshimiwa Spika. Swali langu katika wale ambao umeorodhesha 594, nina hakika kuna Zawadi Abroad na kuna kampuni nyingine inaitwa Think North. Hawa walikuwa Kwale, kwangu Matuga, wakaweza kusajili vijana 61 miezi 4 iliyopita. Kisha wizara kupitia zile special funds za maalum za Uwezo Fund wakapeana pesa, wao wakachukua na pasipoti zao, miezi 4 imeisha na mpaka sasa hawajapata habari zozote. Mheshimiwa Spika, vijana hawa 61 jana walikuwa ofisini wakipanga kuandamana leo kuitisha pasipoti zao, kwa sababu kwa kipindi cha miezi 4 sasa hawawezi kusafiri na hawajui kunaendelea nini. Nikawaahidi kwamba najua leo waziri atafika na pengine wataweza kupata afueni, na ndio maana alizungumza Kiswahili kwa sababu ni maana wananisikiliza. Kampuni hizi mbili, kuna hatua gani ambazo wizara itaweza kuwachukulia za dharura ili waregeshe pesa pamoja na pasipoti, kwa sababu ni kama waliwatapeli hawa vijana? Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Oundo.
Speaker, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to request the Prime Cabinet Secretary to clarify some two damaging articles that appeared in the New York Times in the course of this week. One reads, New York Times reveals Kenyans officials profiting from workers' abuse in Saudi Arabia, and they named the insurance companies and have got the details are extensive. Allow me not to quote because I'm not an author of the article. Secondly, there's also a similar article that is, Kenya's key export used to be coffee, now it's cheap labor. very demeaning statements. I just want to, the Prime Cabinet Secretary and be also the Minister of Foreign Affairs to clarify the veracity or the authenticity or if there's any factual details about these two statements. Thank you.
Waziri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start with the issues raised by Honorable Oundo. First of all, I want to state that as a government, we take great exception to the articles that were purveyed by the New York Times and, of course, repeated or just reproduced by one of the local dailies. We want to state clearly that Kenya is a responsible member of the international community, and we do not engage in any human trafficking, neither does the president of this country or his government engage in any slave trading. It is indeed unfortunate and irresponsible that those are the kind of communication that we see. It is unfortunate that that kind of sensationalism was brought out. And I think we should all treat that with the condemnation that it deserves. And clearly there are some defamatory issues that are raised in these articles. And that will be a matter for a different aspect. Now, let me come to the specific issues that I raised. First of all, the data we have is so clear, and labor, as they say, coffee and labor, comparing to coffee and labor, I think that is mischievous, because the earnings of coffee, tea, and others are known, the statistics are there, and the earnings are very high and they are growing. So for the New York Times to actually stoop so low and purvey a falsehood that migrant workers on their own is not factual, and it's wrong. The second thing that I would want to point out now is that the issue that's raised by the Honorable Shakil, as part of the reforms within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is that they have removed away from the kafala system. I think that's what you are looking for. And as we talk about improving the conditions and negotiating, and our teams are negotiating, we are sure that in the course of next year, as we conclude the negotiation of these bilateral agreements, the earnings of Kenyan migrant workers are going to be more in tandem and at par with other countries that had entered this specific area earlier. The other thing that I would want to point out, Mr. Speaker, is that Kenyan migrant workers are not the only migrant workers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. When you talk of countries like Sri Lanka, Philippines, India, Pakistan, you have even more migrant workers in those countries. Some of them have them in their millions. So Kenya is a very small component when compared to some of these countries. And therefore, the perpetuation of a narrative that it's only Kenya that is in distress, I think is not the case. But we focus on Kenyans, and we are going to work to improve the arrangements for Kenyans through bilateral agreements, not just in Saudi Arabia, but in all Gulf countries and even in other countries. The youth that were from Matuga, I'll request that we get a little more detail from the Honourable Member so that these two companies can be put on immediate spotlight by the Ministry and the Department of Diaspora Affairs, and if there are any criminal activities, also by the agencies that deal with the criminal aspects, because we want clean and fair play for young Kenyans who are seeking opportunities abroad. Mr. Speaker, as to the labor agreement, I have no problem, Mr. Speaker, through your office. We can avail copies of the bilateral labor agreement so that they can...
You can forward to my office. It will be circulated to the members.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll end there, honorable members, so that we go to the next business. Prime Cabinet Secretary, I think our engagement with you can end here. You are released to go back to your office, carry on with other duties. And please convey to your cabinet colleagues to take this house seriously. And we will sanction those who don't honor our invitations.
So instructed, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Order number 8, motion, consideration of comprehensive economic partnership agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates. Question on proposed amendment to be put.
Order members on their feet, take your seats. Ondo, don't freeze, take your seats. Honorable members, records show that an amendment was moved by the Honorable Dr. Nyikal, and it is now a question to be put on the amendment at order number 8. If we carry the amendment, then I will have the motion as amended. Now I put the question on the amendment at order number 9 motion, which is that the motion be amended by inserting the following words immediately after the phrase data for pharmaceutical products, and Article 213 non-tariff measures in relation to health products and technologies, that the consequential amendment be effected in the report thereof. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Now the motion as amended will read as follows: that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on its consideration of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 13th November 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, approves the ratification of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates, subject to reservations of Article 1333, protection of undisclosed test or other data for pharmaceutical products, and Article 213, non-tariff measures in relation to health products and technologies. That is now the motion before the House. The debate continues, and Honorable Dr. Nyikal requested that I give him the first opportunity to speak to the motion as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This motion has 1 hour and 20 minutes to go. Dr. Nyikal, and everybody who debates now, debate on the motion as amended. Clerk, will you circulate that to the members?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by thanking the honorable members for actually passing the amendment that we introduced on 2.13. Mr. Speaker, I don't know much about trade, but I have faith, and the report I've seen, the Committee on Trade has done due diligence on all the articles and therefore protected the interests of Kenya. But I only want to speak on the other amendments, 13.33, Mr. Speaker, because because this again was an amendment that was actually affecting the use of health products and technologies. Mr. Speaker, it's always important that when we have these trade amendments, it is important to look how health is affected, because there is a temptation to look at all the health products and technologies as also merely part of the goods that are be traded, the way you would trade maize, the way you would trade sugar, the way you would trade telephones, and so on. But this is not so, Mr. Speaker, and quite often, if you're not careful, you find that articles are introduced that are actually very restrictive. Like on the 13.33, basically was introducing what is introducing what is called data exclusivity, meaning, Mr. Speaker, that once a product is introduced in the country and our regulatory authority is given some data on that drug or that health product technology, then nobody else for 5 years can actually use that data or introduce a similar product for 5 years. And what that does, Madam Speaker, is that it actually, in a way, extends the patent period, and which means that even a drug that is out of patent still is protected by this. And what the most impactful aspect is that it then inhibits the introduction of generics. And normally, the branded molecules are so expensive. And once you have generics that are working, that are actually more cost-effective, you cannot use them. And there's evidence all over the world that countries that have done that have actually ended up that the cost of their healthcare go up, the cost of drugs go up. And many countries actually disagree. Like I appreciate the work that was done by the committee, pulling out examples like South Africa actually declined to sign an agreement that brought that aspect. Nigeria is negotiating currently, but is resistant to introduce data exclusivity. India, again, does not contain that at all. And in Colombia and the US, FTA, a 5-year data inclusivity resulted in a $400 million increase in the cost of drugs over a period of time. And countries like Colombia, United States, Jordan, Thailand actually have realized this, even Netherlands. So once again, I appreciate what the committee did in looking at it, and therefore bringing reservations on Article 13.33. And once again, I appreciate the fact that we have also brought in reservations on 2.13, and therefore protected our health sector from possible high costs. The one we've just done for those who are not there was actually worse because it was totally inhibiting our regulatory authority, the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, from taking action by introducing an issue of non-tariff barriers, so that our whole regulatory authority is actually considered in its actions as a non-tariff barrier. And with that, Madam Speaker, I therefore support the report as amended.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Matungulu. Honourable Stephen Muller, I can see you have the intervention button. Okay, not there. Okay, Honourable Shabir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to support the motion with the amendment that we have just passed. The motion that was put through to the Trade Committee to rectify an agreement with the Emirates had within it a little bit of mischief. The mischief related to the issue of drugs. And if we had not been able to, and I want to thank the House for agreeing to amend that particular element. If it had not been done, and if we had not been cautious enough, the price of drugs in this country was going to double, even triple, because we would now be stuck for 5 years with certain brands who have already established themselves in the Emirates from other countries, so they're not seen as Western brands, and they would now, we would be now bound to purchase from them. The generic drugs, even for AIDS, madam, even for diabetes as I suffer, prostate cancer, and others, the cost of the drugs are coming down. However, the cost of the drugs of the branded product is horrendously high. And it is very important that when we are making trade agreements with other countries, that we go through with a tooth comb in some of these things, because hidden within the various pages are some very, very oppressive terms. I want to refer particularly to the trade agreement we had, which was to be rectified with Britain in the last parliament. And we had to stop that because we found that within the trade agreement, they had brought out an element of beet sugar, and that was going to affect our whole sugar industry very greatly. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my brother, Honorable Nikal, for flashing this out. I want to thank the ad hoc committee who've been looking at it, and the business caucus who brought this issue up. And I want to thank the Trade Committee for allowing us to make this particular amendment so that we can protect the interests of the poor, especially now, Madam Speaker, that we have difficulties on the question of medicine, and Shah is trying to solve some of those difficulties, as well as KEMSA. We were not, corruption, sometimes people work and come up with certain clauses that bind the country at a later time. Luckily, we've picked this one up, and I do support most wholeheartedly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Ruaraka? Member for Ruaraka, do you want to contribute?
No, Madam Speaker, no. I'm waiting to contribute in the next matter in the order paper.
All right. The Honourable Member for Tetu?
Speaker, I also do not wish to contribute to this. Okay. I'm waiting for the next.
Okay. Honourable Owen Bayer?
Honourable Speaker, I think this motion was comprehensively debated, and I think what was an issue was the amendment. And I think previously there was a general agreement on the amendment, and therefore you can see, Honourable Speaker, it is important that we move to Article 95 and say that, Honourable Speaker, the debate on this is enough, and let's move to the next. I thank you.
Mover? Who was the mover?
Yeah, it's the mood of the House.
Yes, Honourable Keitanya, are you the one?
Yes.
Honourable Speaker, yes, it was the one who tabled. So if it's the mood of the House, we can actually move. We can reply. Yeah, Honourable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Okay, next order.
Order number 9, the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, second reading.
it the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee? Okay, let's proceed, Honorable Kajwang. But there seems to be a dispute here. He says that it's a bill of the majority leader. Why don't you agree or approach the bench and speak to each other? Honorable Kajwang, why don't we let, then you will be able, you'll contribute. Thank you. Okay, proceed, Honorable Lowe.
No, I want to say this, Honorable Speaker, and thank you. It's important to know that this is a bill of the majority leader, but it is also important that I give an opportunity to the Honorable Kajwang to move the bill, then I'll come in seconding, because of the committee, I think, has done a lot of work on this and may have a lot of experience on the matter. And therefore, I want to cede the floor to the Honorable Kajwang to move the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank you, Deputy Majority Leader, for that guidance. Madam Speaker, this is a very important bill, very, very important for the justice sector. We are discussing here the retirement of judges and the pension schemes. Ordinarily, this could be moved by the leader of majority because he's the author of the bill, but those of us who have been in the committee and who have investigated this issue, interrogated this issue, we feel that we need to put a few things on the floor so that when the bill is debated, it is debated because of substance and content rather than from a standpoint or a perspective of passion. You know, since 1993, the judges were formally removed from the executive. And all these years, there was the move to start the superannuation scheme, which therefore became what you call Superannuation Act. I think the citation itself is called Public Service Superannuation Scheme Act of 2021. And for all this time, the public sector have enjoyed a fairly modern and robust pension system. This House, for example, I see. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill 2025 to be now read a second time. I was on the point of demonstrating that for more than 2 centuries, the judges have plowed the garden without any representative of a future retirement system. And I have shown that public sector in the act called Public Service Superannuation Scheme in 2021 have carried all the public sector or public service retirement benefits. This House itself as a retirement system. Although we are still working around the pensions, and this is a big issue that some of us who are senior in this house, I see very senior members in this house, are discussing the question of retirement in this profession that we do. The groups within the, it's an act with a very long name called, it's a long retirement name, but it comprises people in the Prime Minister's office, the President's office, Deputy President's office. They all have modern superannuation systems on retirement. Now, you know, a judge, his life is in the courts. Madam Speaker, you have worked in those corridors. There is no life other than the fact that they work in the court. They will do nothing else. They are not eligible for any contract. They cannot do anything for fees. Just like you and me, by the way, you and me, we are in this same thing. Nobody knows, nobody understands that we are not employable in any other thing. But the judges are in a more peculiar situation. You see, a judge works for, say, 30 years, and say retires at 70 years. My retirement usually is every 5 years. And now I am a few years, just a few months from retirement. But I will still have not reached the age of 70. But this person who works for 30 years, retires at 70, probably has a wife or has a husband who is his or her age mate. They are all, both 70 years. They go home and they are unable to do anything except to rely on the old colonial pension act. This is the context that these judges are coming before us for legislation to design what is the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill 2025. I want to travel with you through the bill. It's not a very difficult bill. It is just explaining various provisions. And I want to explain that in every of these provisions that we get here, the judges have what is a very reasonable proposals before us. In part 1, it's definitions and the scope of the bill. Part 2 is defined benefits with minimum qualifying service of 10 years. In other words, a judge who serves 10 years becomes eligible under this bill or under the act when it is passed. And provisions prior to service recognition. More importantly, monthly pensions payment pegged on emoluments and annual increases based on the consumer price index. The last one is additional non-pension benefits such as transport allowance, medical cover, diplomatic passports, lounge access, and so on. In part 3, the bill proposes a defined contribution scheme. This is very progressive. It is defined contribution scheme which is as progressive as the one which has been designed for this House by Parliamentary Service Commission. And so it establishes the fund, Judges' Retirement Benefits Funds, and provides for a board of trustees and contribution rates. So it allows judges to contribute, and then the employer would then contribute in turn. I think this is where the world over is turning. Now, part 4 grants non-pension benefits such as medical insurance and privileges to judges and so on. And Part 5 handles the miscellaneous provisions, appeal rights, registration, protection, and exemptions and transitional arrangements. I want to let you know, Madam Speaker, that this bill, of course, it will exert financial burden to the exchequer, but it is before us with concurrence of Treasury. We are not looking at it for the first time. It has been looked at by Treasury. But think about it. When you look at all the financial arrangements, the burden that has been proposed is around 253 million. 253 million, with 3.7 annually going towards medical insurance and retired judges. Looking at the importance of the judges' work, looking at independence of the judiciary, the need, considering the distinguished career and service that the judges are giving, and you see, not every day a judge will be 10 years serving who would retire. In fact, if you count it, probably around 3 or so judges, about 3 or so judges within this period would retire. So when you do the actuaries and when you do the computations, even the one which is before us as Parliamentary Service Commission is more expensive than what the judges are proposing. But we want to affirm our commitment to the constitutional principles of judicial independence and the dignified manner and retirement that we are proposing for the judges. I want to say that this thing is not being proposed as a matter of we are not giving judges a favor. We are not giving judges a favor. We are distinguishing them for the service that they have done to this nation. And so I would encourage all of us who will contribute and persuade you that this is the right way to go. Of course, I know that there are some subtle issues which need amendments, like every other legislation would. But the general principle, the general affirmation that judges in this country have stayed for all these years since independence without retirement promises is something that we need to look at. Madam Speaker, I know you know so many judges because you've worked there who have retired. And you now meet them once in a while, either in the fora or in the supermarkets. And sometimes you look down that this is a judge who has done all that he could. And he has reached a senior age, but the judge is unable to afford taxi home. You know? Judge is unable to afford a newspaper in the morning just to keep him informed. The judge who has worked in all these stations and have gone around wants to retire back in the rural home, but she is 70 years and cannot bend to clean the house. Just because we are unable to afford this judge some one compound labor, you know, to help her clean the house. This is a judge that is so distinguished that we call for peer performance, we call for mentorship, we call generally for wisdom. And yet, we pass them on the way and splash water on them because they are unable to afford how to walk home. And so, we encourage mental we encourage mental instability amongst these senior people. We also make some of them who are younger fear what will become of them when they have finished this. So the other thing which I want to show is that the judges, the magistrates have a very active and robust retirement program set by legislation. So you see, the judges, the registrars, and all those other people who are working in the judiciary are benefiting from a system that has been packaged by this House. Yet the judges themselves, for some reason, have been ignored. I want to urge that we find this bill to be very positive and to support the policies that have been outlined here. And so I move. Thank you very much. May I ask my very good friend, Madam Marianne, Honorable Marianne, to second.
Honorable Speaker, as I stand to second, allow me to make a few comments. That this bill seeks to provide for the pension and other retirement benefits of judges of the superior courts, and in accordance with the Standing Order 127.1, the bill, which was committed to the Departmental Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee for consideration, has also observed that the pension arrangement for the judges is currently prescribed under the Pensions Act of Cap 189, just like Honorable T.J. Kajwang has mentioned. And this came into operation in January of 1946. In 2010, the government undertook pension reforms in the public sector, shifting the pension schemes from defined benefit schemes to defined contribution schemes. The pension reforms were implemented through the enactment of the Public Service Superannuation Scheme Act of 189, Cap 189, which established the contributory scheme to provide retirement benefits to persons in the public service. However, this act does not apply to persons appointed as judges, and additionally, the pension for the Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice is regulated by the retirement benefits, just like the Deputy President and designated state officers under Cap 197B. The implication of these reforms is that judges are only state officers and public officers whose pension is still governed by the Pensions Act, which is not responsive to the contemporary realities. Honorable Speaker, the bill is guided by Article 164 of the Constitution, which requires any pension reforms that affect judges should not vary the remuneration and benefits payable to a judge to their disadvantage. Article 164 requires judges who are in the defined benefit scheme to remain in such a scheme or for the components of the scheme to be enhanced. The Pension Act provides for a defined benefit plan where the government, upon retirement of a judge, pays the retired judge a sum of money which is determined by amount of salary, length of service, and fixed accrual rate. For this reason, the bill provides that the judges who are in office at the commencement of this act shall retain the defined benefit plan in the payment of their retirement benefits. Some of the clauses that I thought we could highlight here could be like the first clause is clause 9, which provides that the pension, gratuity, and benefit shall be a charge on the consolidated fund. And that is under Article 262C, which states that money may be withdrawn from the consolidated fund as a charge against the fund authorized by the Constitution or an Act of Parliament. Clause 28 also provides a life insurance policy for each member whose costs shall be met by the government, and also makes additional voluntary contributions and also gives an opportunity for a member to make additional contributions voluntarily to his or her retirement savings. Clause 34 entitles a member provides that a member can withdraw the balance of their retirement savings, except for what was contributed, cannot be withdrawn except for what is voluntarily contributed, and the others will be only available upon retirement. Section 55 provides for additional benefits, including a medical cover, a diplomatic passport, and access to government lounges when a judge has retired, because these are members of society who have really served this country, and they actually require to be given those kind of benefits. Honorable Speaker, for the judges who are appointed in offices after the commencement of this act, the bill provides that the judge shall derive their retirement benefits from contributions made by the judge and the government into the judge's benefits fund. Honorable Speaker, this will be a transition to a defined contributory scheme. This is keeping with the policy shift communicated through the Treasury Circular number 18 of 2010, which seeks to ensure equity in sharing the cost of funding benefits between the employer and the employees in the public sector. Honorable Speaker, therefore, the bill largely seeks to grant judges a fair, decent pension that assures them of a dignified life in retirement, in appreciation of their unique contributions in public service, and maintain judicial independence by ensuring the financial security for judges upon retirement. The total amount per annum is estimated to be 253 million, which is actually, considering the value they've given to society, is fairly modest. Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, be read a second time. Yes, Honorable Woman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to thank the Honorable T.J. Kajwang for ably moving this bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill, as it stands, is a new frontier in the remuneration of judges in this country, and it is a new ground, actually, Honorable Speaker, to put our judges on the pedestal that they deserve. For many years, Honorable Speaker, since if you look at the memorandum of the bill, it actually says very clearly, this bill has been in development since the late 1990s. 1990s. This is when this bill started its journey. We are at 2025. That is approximately, Honorable Speaker, a whopping 30 plus years developing a retirement package for judges. I think this is unacceptable, Honorable Speaker. And this bill actually is long overdue. Judges in this country deserve more respect, and you give more respect to individuals when you give them social security in old age, Honorable Speaker, after service. Now, Honorable Speaker, one of the most significant things which we must speak is a judge retires at 70 years. At 70 years, you know, if a teacher or any other person retires at 60, he can still do something. He's not in active service, he can still engage in business, he can do consultancy, he can do many things, and actually make his life or her life better after retirement, Honorable Speaker. But a judge retires 10 years later, 70. That judge is a family. Little money during their retirement when they actually require what we call social security at that particular time, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this is a bill that we must support. As members of Parliament, is a bill that we must support because it marks a significant step towards realizing the principle of the Constitution in respect of the judiciary, its independence, and the remuneration and benefits of judges of the Superior Court. Actually, this is a constitutional principle, my Speaker, that for us to uphold the judiciary's independence, Honorable Speaker, it is important that we give them their own act in terms of retirement benefits, Honorable Speaker. We need, just as the Constitution of Kenya gave us separation, the principle of separation of powers, the judiciary, the executive, the legislature, Honorable Speaker. We cannot continue to lump together the judges with the Public Service Commission, and yet they are not part of the Public Service Commission. They have their own Judiciary Service Commission, just like we have the Parliamentary Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, if members of Parliament have their own Retirement Benefits Act, Honorable Speaker, it is incumbent on us as members of Parliament to ensure that the other arm of government also enjoys the same principles, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to remuneration, Honorable Speaker. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, we are glad, very glad as members of the majority party, Honorable Speaker, to midwife this bill and to bring this bill to the chamber for debate and actually passage, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, for too long, the pension of judges have continued to be governed under the Pensions Act, Honorable Speaker, like I have said. And this is something that we must move. I know, Honorable Speaker, you served in the judiciary, and I know it is also probably your vision as registrar to see one day the judges have a Retirement Benefit Act, this pension, Honorable Speaker. And it's coming to pass when you're actually sitting on the chair. I think, Honorable Speaker, it is a moment of not just of pleasure, but also a moment of deep reflection for you that eventually the judge, you never know, Honorable Speaker, probably the Honorable Bosholei will one day end up at the bench as a judge. And when you end up at the bench as a judge, Honorable Speaker, we want you to retire honorably. That's what we want to see. But Honorable Speaker, I want to touch on a few salient provisions of this bill, Honorable Speaker. That this bill, 2025, is structured into 5 main parts. 5 main parts, Honorable Speaker, each addressing different categories of judges. One fundamental thing, Honorable Speaker, as I look at this, and I think the Honorable Tuji Kajang talked about it, we are looking at judges currently in office that will benefit from this act. Secondly, judges who will be appointed after the law commences, Honorable Speaker. And thirdly, which is very significant, Honorable Speaker, judges who retired after 27th August 2010, after the promulgation of the new constitution. Even those judges, Honorable Speaker, will benefit in line with Article 167(1) of the Constitution. So if a judge retired, this is Christmas for that judge. If a judge is continuing, this is party time for that judge. If a judge will be appointed, it will be birthday for them, Honorable Speaker. It's all celebration for these judges, and I think for a good cause. Part 2 provides for judges already serving at the time the law comes into effect. It retains them under the defined benefits agreement with 1. Minimum qualifying service of 10 years. You must have served as a judge for minimum qualifying time of 10 years. Provisions for prior service recognition, that if you served earlier, Honorable Speaker, you'll be recognized for that. Monthly pension payments pegged to emoluments. At least you'll be able to get something every month, Honorable Speaker. Indexed annual increases based on the consumer price index. Honorable Speaker, I think this is one of the very fundamental things, where you have an increment on pension. I think this should not be lost, Honorable Speaker, to our eyes, that judges will, when they receive their salary, it will be pegged on an annual increment based on a consumer index. Consumer index. I know, I hear, you know you will never be a judge, my friend, and that's why you want to oppose it. But TJ Kajuang and Bosholei and myself, who wants to become a lawyer very soon, Honorable Speaker, this is a good thing. An increment, Honorable Speaker, an increment, Honorable Speaker, pegged on the consumer price index. I know my friend there is an economist, and he served at Treasury for many years, and he's very well versed. Very well. It's actually those we call Treasury mandarins. But you see, Treasury mandarins have been known to actually kill the careers of very many people. Because they always think about money, they don't think about life. You know, Honorable Speaker, we say this, and you know I am a pseudo-economist, and we say this, that one of the theories of motivation, money is not a motivator for anything. It is not. And listen to me, because I speak from a point of information and knowledge. Money is not a motivator, but the absence of money becomes a demotivator. I don't know whether you understand that. I don't know whether he understands that. Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to educate my friend that the presence of money does not motivate you, but its absence actually demotivates you.
Point of order.
Honorable Speaker, he will.
Thank you. It is wrong for me to take point of order against my senior and my leader, but is it in order, whereas we know the procedure and the rules of the House that contribution is addressed to the Speaker. But I see the Deputy Leader of my majority addressing a colleague member of Parliament. To me, I find it is out of order. Instead, presentation should be to the Speaker.
You have made your point, and I thank you. I thank you. It's actually okay to correct the leader. It's okay, and I encourage you to do that. So another important thing, Honorable Speaker, additional non-pension benefits, which actually is in this, Honorable Speaker, additional non-pension benefits such as transport allowance, medical cover, diplomatic passports, and lounge access. I think these are fundamental new things, Honorable Speaker. Very new things. Probably they're actually the items that you will find in the retirement package of presidents, Honorable Speaker. But now we are saying a judge who has retired, judges of the Superior Court, he is entitled to additional non-pension benefits such as transport allowance, medical cover, diplomatic passports, and loan access. Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether it is myself and the Treasury Mandarin who is seeing these things, that these are fundamentally very new. Honorable Kajwang, this is very new. It's only presidents who have access to such kind of pensions. And I hope as we debate this, we will also come to the one for members of Parliament and also look at it. Because if a judge retires, now I want you to listen, Honorable Speaker, if a judge retires, he has additional non-pension benefits, such as transport allowance. You don't get transport allowance when you retire. Medical cover. We have to pay for our post-service. Diplomatic passport. And launch access. Honorable Speaker, give me 3 minutes. I need to finish a few things. So this is good precedent, Honorable Speaker, because it allows us also one day to get there. Honorable Speaker, part 3, it addresses judges appointed after the commencement. Or a few more minutes, Honorable Speaker. These judges will be placed under what we call a defined contribution scheme, aligning with the government's pension reform policy. And I think Honorable Kajwang has talked about that. But Honorable Speaker, I also want to look at part 5. It grants non-pension benefits such as medical insurance, and privileges to judges who retired after August 27, 2010. And this is fundamental, Honorable Speaker, because judges who retired after the new constitution, we see them. We see what they do. But immediately we pass this, Honorable Speaker, these judges will be resurrected. It will be resurrection time for them, Honorable Speaker, because they will start enjoying things that they are not enjoying now. And I think this is good. We are giving honor to senior citizens who have served this government well, Honorable Speaker, and this country well. And I think this is important that we mention, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Part 5 handles miscellaneous provisions, including appeal rights, regulations making powers, protection of pension from attachment, exemptions from the NSSF Act, and I think this is very important. That a judge who has retired and getting pension emoluments, Honorable Speaker, his money will not go through the NSSF Act and transitional arrangements. Honorable Speaker, 253.5 million, Honorable Speaker, with Kenya shillings 3.7 million annually going towards medical premiums for retired judges. Honorable Speaker, this is groundbreaking law. Honorable Speaker. And I want to speak to the judges in this country. Honorable Speaker, we have a good retirement package for judges. And it is unprecedented, like my friend TJ Kajwang is saying, it is unprecedented. And this is important. And as we prepare to give them this kind of package, these judges, we want them to be diligent at their work, to actually now know the state will take care of you post-retirement. Very well, Honorable Speaker. And this is a good thing that we are doing for our country, for the country, and for God, Honorable Speaker. A judge who has sat long hours on the bench, writing long judgment, burning the midnight oil, Honorable Speaker. We only ask for more from them. It is said in the Bible, for whoever much is given, more is expected of them. As we give these judges this good retirement package, we expect more from them. Never again shall we have list of shame of judges. Never again should we have a situation where lawyers, prominent lawyers, do not want to become judges because they will die poor people, Honorable Speaker. It is time that we accentuate the position of being a judge, a justice in this country, so that, Honorable, even those great minds that sit in the bar, Honorable Speaker, can now want to join the bench because after retirement, there is Christmas. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Ngusia.
Speaker, I would like to request you give the next person as I read the bill.
Hello, Caroli.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this bill. I think it is long overdue. We should have had this many, many years ago, given the transformation that we expect from our judiciary. I think finally it is here and we should support it and also acknowledge why we need it. I think it is important that we guarantee financial security of our judges in retirement, not as a gift, but as a way of protecting the institution and enhancing the independence of the judiciary. I think it is so fundamental, if you look at our constitution, that an independent judiciary is one of those three arms of government, and there are very many principles around it, and we all appreciate why we need an independent judiciary. But if we don't give the judiciary financial autonomy, either in budgeting or in terms of salaries and the way they are paid and benefits and pensions in their retirement, then we truly are not serious about having an independent judiciary. This bill is quite innovative in some ways. I've noted some very interesting points here. It says that a judge will qualify for pension after 10 years of service. Or if you have not made it to 10 years, then you will get a gratuity. It also says that if you have been a public servant or a public officer and then you join the judiciary, the 10 years will not apply because you can build on to the other years of public service. But most interestingly, I've noted that it allows benefits of judges to be shared by their spouses, whether in death or, especially in death, to be shared equally by the surviving spouses. Meaning we are comfortable with polygamy in this case in the judiciary. It says, but only to those married before retirement. That is the question that I found very interesting. So if you're a spouse of a judge and you get married after retirement, then you will not be entitled to this. I firmly believe this will be challenged in court on grounds of discrimination. So I think we need to look at this and interrogate it, because that would be distinguishing between the various spouses. I don't know where this is coming from or whether it is coming from members of the bench themselves, but we really need to look at this. The second thing that I think we should look at is the link between the proposed Judicial Service Retirement Benefits Fund, which is contributory and which is very good. Yes, I agree to be informed.
A spouse who is looking for a partner after 70 is called a gold digger. So I want to inform that member.
Honorable Speaker, I do not agree with that, simply because you can find love at any age, and you can lose your spouse at any age and look for company elsewhere. So I don't agree with that. But we are proposing to have the Judges' Retirement Benefits Fund, which will be the fund out of which the judges will be paid their pension. And it will be contributory, which is very good, where the government will be paying 15% and the judges paying the balance. But if you look at Article 168 of the Constitution, it says that, maybe I should read it so that we all, where did I put my Constitution? Article 168, so that we all appreciate those who may not have their Constitution here. No, it's not 168. Sorry, I think, no, it is 160, is it? Let me just see. No, 160, Subarticle 3, 160, Subarticle 3. The remuneration and benefits payable to or in respect of judges shall be charged on the consolidated fund. So we are now establishing another fund. Yeah? The Judges' Retirement Benefits Fund. I think we will need some clarity on this issue, whether we need to amend Article 160 of the Constitution, or how do we reconcile the two funds? Because that's what the Constitution says. And then if you go to Article 168 of the Constitution, you have these grounds of removal of judges. And if you look at this bill, it simply says, if you die while in office, or you retire voluntarily at 65 or at 70, then you'll be entitled to your pension. But what about those who will exit the judiciary in a cloud of impropriety, like those anticipated by Article 168, removal from office? A judge of a superior court may be removed from office only on the grounds of, and it is B, C, D, and E, breach of code of conduct prescribed for judges, bankruptcy, incompetence, or gross misconduct. I've not seen a clause either denying them pension, those who are exited on those grounds, and I think we need to debate that. And then, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the benefits, the non-financial benefits that the judges will get, medical cover for judge and spouse, diplomatic passport for judge and spouse, access to VIP lounges for judge and spouse. A very important element is missing, security, especially for a judge who has retired. I think we need to amend the bill and provide judges with lifetime security. If you've been dealing with criminals or even very ruthless politicians who bay for blood all the time, in your retirement they may wish to come for you. But on the diplomatic passports, I must warn the judges, holding one may sound very attractive, but then you have to get a letter from the government every time you're traveling. And that may not be very conducive when you've retired and you're living in the village. But it is up to them to tell us what that is. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm very happy with this bill. I think we will make 1 or 2 amendments, but we need to support it, especially to help preserve the independence of the judiciary. There's only one little point that I have on the dates when they start to apply, because they say it will be those judges who are currently in service, who retired after 2010 Constitution, or who will be recruited after the bill. But there's a case of Justice Bernard Chunga, who was hounded out of office without a tribunal. And he's been having a problem with his pension. What are we doing about that? I think we need to investigate, because there could be, Justice Chunga was removed from office without a tribunal, without a process. And he's not, I'm not sure he's been receiving his pension. So I think and Justice Bosire and Justice Omolo, we need to look at this to protect these judges who were removed out of political pressure. Yes, purely political pressure. There was nothing. They are done. Yeah, we need to look at this law and see how we can accommodate them by making amendments. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Okay, Honorable Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also register my support for this very important bill. And Honorable Speaker, as has been already indicated, that this bill has been work in progress for a period of 30 years. I'm actually glad that this particular parliament has the privilege of passing this very important bill. And Honorable Speaker, I'm also speaking here as a learning friend. I know yourself, the Honorable Karoli, the Honorable TJ Kajwang, our learned friends, but for us who are learning friends currently and who in future could also get these opportunities, this is actually very, very good because it's one of the things that it does is that it shows the lucrativeness of the position of being a judge, in that after retirement, it doesn't mean that you just go home without nothing, but that there are benefits that you accrue as a result of being in that office. The other benefits that are very important, Honorable Speaker, is that this is a show of fairness and decency to people who have worked in very high offices as judges. It gives them a dignified life, Honorable Speaker, and an appreciation of their service to the nation. And also, Honorable Speaker, not taking away the factor of the independence of the judiciary, because this is one of those things that will ensure that the judiciary continues in the same line of being independent in discharging their duties, and also making sure that this particular profession has the nobility that other professions also have in terms of having pension. Honorable Speaker, I have looked keenly at some of the clauses that talk about the benefits that these judges have. In particular, Part 2, which speaks about pension and other benefits for the judges who are in office at the commencement of this act. And one of the things that really caught my eye is the factor of the spouse, because they talk about where a judge has one spouse or has more than one spouse. But also, Honorable Speaker, I agree that it is very discriminatory of us to limit a judge that they cannot, if they're not married at retirement, they cannot, if they have a spouse after retirement, that spouse does not qualify. Because, Honorable Speaker, at 75, a man or a woman is still very young, Honorable Speaker. With the kind of food that people eat and the way they keep themselves very good out here, those are very young people. They can still attract spouses. And Honorable Speaker, we cannot call someone who has gotten a spouse a gold digger. That's not the right term. It's not even in the Oxford Dictionary. And I just wanted to correct my senior on that. Yes, because if you are a singular woman and you meet a 75-year-old man who wants to show you love and wants to marry you, there is nothing wrong with that. And so you should benefit as a normal spouse. Honorable Speaker, and also the other benefits that are accrued to the judges that have been indicated, the monthly transport allowance, medical cover, which is very important, diplomatic passports, access to the government. Myself and my sister here, Honorable Fatuma, are actually saying some of these benefits, even parliamentarians don't have this. And yet out here, you'll hear people accusing Parliament of only thinking about themselves. This is a true demonstration that this 13th Parliament is also thinking about other officers and making sure that they're also accommodated. Part 3, Honorable Speaker, speaks about benefits to judges who have been appointed after commencement of this Act, very expressively so from Section 24 to 64, which outlays all the benefits that they can actually get. And I've looked at it, and Honorable Speaker, I do not have any issues with that particular part. Where I have an issue, Honorable Speaker, and I think it's also been mentioned, it's the benefits that are accrued to judges who retired before commencement of this Act. And in particular, the judges who retired after the promulgation of the Constitution in 2010. Because, Honorable Speaker, and as also been observed by the committee correctly, we only have 6 judges that we are talking about that retired within this period. I don't think it's very hard for us to also ensure that these particular 6 judges and the judges that the Honorable Karoli was talking about are also accommodated in terms of fairness, for them to also see that there's dignity in the service that they gave this country, and in particular to those whose jobs were at risk because of the political nature that was there. I think it will be very fair for us as a parliament to also take into consideration those 6 judges and the judges who were unfairly and discriminatorily removed. Honorable Speaker, I think with those very few remarks, I do support this particular bill, and I urge fellow members to also support it so that we can actually give this as a beneficial reward to the independent arm of government that is the judiciary, so that they can feel that we are also legislating on their behalf. With those few remarks, I support and I submit. I thank you.
The Honorable CPA Ruto.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It's a great honor to participate in this great process or milestone that this National Assembly is taking by ensuring that judiciary, which is an independent arm of the government, is accorded an equal opportunity to be able to enjoy what other sectors or what other arm of governments are enjoying. I was trying to look at the report on this particular bill, and I wonder that the pension scheme that is existing at the judiciary is still relying on the old Act of 1946. For sure, this has been too unfair. Whereas the other public service and the other schemes for the other arm of governments has been subjected to several amendments and reviews. In fact, has grown from defined benefit scheme to a contributory scheme for the obvious reasons that it carries more benefit beyond the pension. And therefore, I want to be counted on record that I am here today to support this particular step and the direction that this National Assembly is taking, so that we can give this independent institution the fair treatment that they deserve to. Madam Speaker, of course, someone had mentioned earlier, you've been there before, serving as the Chief Registrar of the Supreme Court. And therefore, you really understand more than all of us the trouble that those particular officers are going through to ensure justice is administered to this country. Madam Speaker, looking at the provisions, I can agree that it is way too long. And therefore, the earlier the better if we're able to fast-track this. However, there are some few issues of concern that I've looked at it. Number one, there is an element in part 2 that speaks out the qualifications. And then there is a part that is referring, that is clause 3, sorry, a part that is referring that judges who retired in accordance with Article 167 of the Constitution at any time after 27 August 2010, but before the commencement of this act. Probably, I really wanted to know time limit, because as we talk now, we are 13 years after promulgation of the new Constitution. If a judge retired in 2011, 2012, I want to understand the computation or how to derive these benefits, because this person has already left out service, has already been enjoying the benefits, the retirement benefit or pension as far as the Act of 1946 is concerned. Now with the changes in the treatment of this particular contribution, I want to know, because the retirement benefit fund that is to be created is a contributory fund, where there is the employer part of it contributing and where there is the employee deduction from the payroll. I really wish to understand this one, because it somehow sounds an application of the law retrogressively, where we are going back. The other issue is clause 29 and 30, establishment of the Board of Trustees. I think the promoters of this particular bill, I really want to be persuaded to know and to understand this is a pension scheme. It is a financial institution. But then if you look at the formation of the trustees, it's purely a preserve for judicial officers only, exceptional of only one provision that is giving National Treasury PS or alternate to sit in that trustee. I feel that we should professionalize this particular scheme. Yes, we agree judges have their duty, and this is a unique scheme that is focusing on Judicial Service Commission other than the Public Service Commission. But there is nothing that is taking out the principles of public finance and practices in there that we would still try to look and bring people of experience to sit in that board, so that we don't only have judges alone to sit who might know
They have been addressing other issues on judicial matters, but when it comes to finance, how are they going to prosecute the issues there? I feel like we still need to look at there and give opportunity other people with the expertise knowledge, especially on issues of pension. Because there are people who have been trained specifically on issues of pension, actuarial management, deficit issues. We should find a way of having this so that we qualify. We can qualify these particular trustees and ensure sustainability of this particular scheme will be there, will be attained. Madam Speaker, I'm also keen to know the aspect of the technical element in appointment of the manager of this particular board. Those are the issues that I was looking at. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, this is something that I want to call all of us to rally behind this one and support that so that we give the honor it deserves this particular institution. Number two, we've been calling upon reforms, continuous reforms of judiciary for the Republic of Kenya. And I think this is one can be counted as part of the reforms so that we give confidence our officers in the judicial service. We give confidence to them that to feel honor serving and discharging their duties. So it is something that we must appreciate, and I want to support this particular bill today and ask all my colleague members of parliament, but let us that we support them as a show of goodwill also. Remember, all of us, we serve the Republic of Kenya. They are serving on the justice, we are serving on legislature. And at times, Madam Speaker, we get to a point where we also need to be understood by the other side. And at times, that failure or that lack of clear support on our hand or on their hand, such support will be able to help us communicate to each other. So it is of goodwill that we support this bill, as we also expect in future, whenever there are other elements that we need to be supported from the other side, we also develop the atmosphere of understanding. Thank you so much, and I want to support this bill.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Kitui Rural, Honourable Boni.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On outset, let me say this is very innovative, a bill. I don't think we have such an innovative bill on pension like this one, whereby the proposal is to increase yearly the pension for judges by the rate of inflation, that is grossing up by if it's 5%, you increase by 5%. You also provide them with medical cover, and you know when people retire, they end up getting a lot of diseases. Provide transport and diplomatic passport, and also access to launches. But somebody will ask, what about other pensioners in this country? Because there are also other pensioners. We are also going to retire. Are we also going to get such a benefits? And why are we treating judges special than others? Mr. Speaker, in this country, pensioners have really suffered. There's a lot of delays in paying pensioners. Yesterday, we were with the CS Treasury because of a case of water bodies in this country, 11 of them. They have not been able to pay 60% of gratuity to the pensioners since 2018. So the pensioners are really suffering because they have not got all their dues. And the reason was that the schemes did not have enough money. So we started wondering, if it was a contributory scheme, what happened to the money? Who took the money? The pensioners contributed, the employers contributed, the employees also contributed, but what went wrong? And one thing which came out very clearly is that most likely the government may not be adequately funding the schemes. Or these bodies, the government institutions, when they are given the money, they don't forward the money to the schemes. And that's something which we need to look at. And that's something we need to actually reform the pension schemes in this country. And one of the proposals we are making is that we link the pension schemes with the salaries, with the pay slip, so that when somebody is paid, his dues for pension go straight to the pension schemes. Madam Speaker, you realize that because last Parliament we were looking at pension for former councils. The schemes which were handling those pensioners, the government owed them over 10 billion shillings, and they cannot actually operate because they have serious shortfall in terms of money to whatever. Therefore, the government need to actually, first of all, it need to audit all the schemes to ascertain if their viability, so that when somebody is retiring, gets his or her benefit. Now, when you look at this this bill, it establishes under Section 25 Retirement Benefits Fund. Now, when you look at the fund, who is funding the fund? Where is the money coming from? I heard somebody saying that this money may come from a conservative fund. Literally, do we need to get the money from conservative fund to fund these schemes? And you know, of late we have been establishing so many schemes, such a way that some of us who are in the financial sector are worried. Because if you have so many schemes, that means the money which goes to conservative fund to fund some of the essential services like health, education, and debts in this country is diminishing. So we also need to be very careful when it comes to suggesting to establish so many schemes. But I hope this one is going to be contributory. It can come have a fund which is going to. Now the other thing is clause 29, to establish Judges' Retirement Fund Board of Trustees to operate the scheme. I was wondering, I thought in judiciary, there's judicial pension scheme, which the judge could be there, or you want us to treat them differently, because I also understand they are paid from the conservative fund. So the bill is very good, it's very innovative, and I think we should pass it, but with amendments, so that at least we take care of the gray areas in the bill. With those few remarks, I support.
Gusia, you ready?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to add my voice on this bill. From the onset, I want to support it because I've gone through it very quickly, and it's a well-crafted one, Madam Speaker. I've looked at the issues of retirements before attending the quality services. That is okay. Madam Speaker, some of the natural circumstances can actually force us to retire early, like mental or physical incapacitation. And you find that sometimes when we are faced with this situation, we may not be able to access benefits you are supposed to access, Madam Speaker. So on that, I support that clause. The other issue is, of course, the spouses upon the death. In most cases, you find that somebody has already served in any institution, and the spouses, you die before even accessing the pension, and you leave your spouses suffering, Madam Speaker, and you have worked. So I think this is a very good thing to make sure our spouses, upon the death of our judges, are catered for. The issue of course, pension in regards of the children, I fully support it, Madam Speaker, upon the retirement. Then there is also issue of allocation of pension to more than one spouse. Madam Speaker, our Muslim brothers are allowed by their religion to marry more than two wives or one wife. Majority have got 4. Let us not discriminate. So I think we can allow this clause to pass without even any issues. The way it has been raised by Irene Mayaka, who is actually working out, Madam Speaker. The issue, of course, of non-pension benefits, medical cover. Most of the people, when they attain the age of 60s and above, they face several challenges of healthy problems, and it is high time we start covering them. And I'm happy we have also, as parliamentarians, we have also included this issue of medical cover, which is very important to both the judges and also the members of parliament and their families who they usually survive, Madam Speaker. The issue of transport allowance, Madam Speaker, most of the time when we retire, we are moving out, going to see friends, and we need sometimes money to travel and to walk around so that we can actually age gracefully. So I fully support it. But Madam Speaker, I need to review the issue of diplomatic passport, and I think during the third reading I'll be coming up with amendment. This we may not be necessary. Imagine giving a spouse of a retired judge a diplomatic passport. I think that one is not necessary. I will seek an indulgence to delete that clause completely from the bill. Access to the government lounges, of course, is very important. Some of these judges are very famous, and maybe they collided during the service, when they were serving with Kenyans, and they may require additional security details. So I think that one is very important for them. Madam Speaker, we need the board of trustees to manage these funds professionally so that we can ensure the money is safeguarded, it is calculated, and also disbursed on a timely basis. And I've read the establishment of the board, which is a good procedure of making sure the pension scheme is fully safeguarded and run professionally by qualified personnel. And I think the bill straightforward, it's rather straightforward and should be supported, just like any other judges and also other workers. Judges, by passing this bill, we are going to motivate them to serve Kenyans diligently. By passing this bill, of course, it's going to encourage them to continue serving better than the way they have been doing. And with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I fully support it with amendments I've just said. Thank you.
Thank you. Any member who wants to continue to contribute? Yes, Honorable Obara, you may proceed.
But yes, I'm here.
Okay, I'll come to you. Let's finish.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. And I, too, at onset, stand to support the bill. Madam Speaker, as has been mentioned by my colleague, after 30 years, I believe that this should have been as soon as yesterday. Madam Speaker, the bill seeks to establish a judge's retirement benefit scheme to manage and administer the retirement scheme for judges in the Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, and the High Court. Madam Speaker, I realize that the bill defines the eligibility and the entitlements for the retirement benefit scheme and gives a provision for contribution by the government and, of course, by the judges themselves. Madam Speaker, it also sets out procedure for payment and the management of the benefits. Madam Speaker, they are clear on who is empowered to manage the scheme to avoid the possibility of administrative complexity. Madam Speaker, there is also a clear outline on the transitional provision for judges who retire before the commencement of the Act, ensuring equitable treatment. Madam Speaker, it also protects judicial independence, insulating benefits from political or administrative interference that we have seen in other offices. Madam Speaker, I note that it is a defined contributory scheme and not defined benefit scheme, which is now to the advantage of the judges. Madam Speaker, when this bill finally goes through, I know and believe that it will enhance judicial independence and morale through the financial security. 2, I believe it will promote transparency and accountability, and it will provide a uniform and predictable framework for judicial retirement benefits. Madam Speaker, I know and believe that it will encourage and attract qualified judicial officers. Madam Speaker, we should also be alive to the fact that this bill will also promote similar demands from other arms of government, which will increase financial pressure on the state, and we must be alive to this fact. Madam Speaker, I also note that there is possible significant fiscal allocation from the exchequer that will be expected when this goes through. And therefore, a provision should be made so that when we are doing the next budget cycle, this is also considered. Thank you very much, and once again, I support.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Seme, Honourable Nyika.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Madam Speaker, this is an extremely important bill. And in my mind, is the rationale is actually much more important than the details, which are also good. It actually arises from the role of the judges in a society. The basis of stability in any society is actually justice. All conflicts in the world revolve around justice, even more than around resources. And the guardians of justice are actually judges. And therefore, their role in society is key. And because of that, in their daily work, they need to be impartial, they need to be independent, they need always to decide without fear or favor. And I think the use of the word fear there is more important than even favor, which means they are actually exposed to danger arising from some of the decisions they make. And therefore, it's realized even in their daily work that they are incurring risk. And I think it is the one group of persons that need to strictly adhere to the conflict of interest principle. I've actually not even seen judges who have actually big businesses. I don't think it will work. And if they had it, it would actually be probably run against the ethics of their profession. And Madam Speaker, the greatest threat to integrity in this country, and I think at all levels, leave alone the judges, is fear of poverty and penury in old age, particularly for those who have been living well and holding high positions with a lot of expectations from the society. And if judges live as they do, work as they work, the positions they hold, their role in society, at the end, when they retire, they should live a decent life. And moreover, judges retire at 70. At that time, it is extremely hard to get into another line of profession or even to pursue another major interest. And therefore, what they go with is what will give them the kind of life we expect them to have. It is generally agreed, pension expert will tell you, that at the very worst, if you were to live to maintain the lifestyle you have, you need at least 70% of the income of what you had when you are working. And that is not easy to attain unless it is looked at. There are some very complex mathematics that are in this bill that we look at. But if you look at all the benefits, I think it will be probably a little more than 70%. And at this age, one of the greatest expenses that people go through is actually health care. And that is one thing that we need to look at when the judges retire, or any person who retire. Currently, the act under which they are remunerated at pension level is actually does not provide for this. I therefore support this law, this bill, and really call upon our colleagues to pass it and pass it and get it into an act of parliament and the law. And I support it because it is contributory, and both the employee, who is the judge in this case, contributes, and the employer. It goes on further in clause 9 to actually provide for the source of funds on the part of the employer, which is the consolidated fund. And I have no problem with actually the consolidated fund making a serious contribution to the welfare of people who have served the state. The bill also establishes a fund, and I think that is that it should be, and the processes that manage that fund. And I agree with the Honorable Teach, who said that the memberships of that should actually now go beyond the judges and get people who are actually experts in managing finances for the judges themselves. And the bill also provides for a health care scheme. I think that takes care of it. It looks at in clauses the children of the judges, the wives of the judges, and I was rather happy when Honorable Ren indicated that at 74, if there's somebody who wants to provide love, that is okay. I feel very encouraged about that.
Your potential.
So really, it has looked at every aspect of a judge at the time of retirement, and in clause 3, the bill actually takes care of judges in all circumstances, past and present, and it means that even judges who are now not in service may actually benefit, even those who left service in dubious circumstances, if you look at carefully, may then get some sustenance when this bill becomes a law. And therefore, I support this, and it is sad that it has taken 30 years for this bill to come to this stage. There's a tendency in this country to review remuneration for people, for employees, particularly in public service, to review their remuneration as a favor or a gift, without taking into consideration the contributions that these people have made to the society. I therefore, Madam Speaker, support this bill, and there are a lot of details that we look at, but I think at this stage, the general structure of the bill, the rationale of the bill is commendable, and we should pass it, then look at the details at the time of the committee of the whole House. With that, I support.
Honorable Fatuma Full Network.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I stand here to say I do support the Judges Retirement Benefit Bill 2025, but just with a few 2-3 lines reservations. Honorable Speaker, on this matter, if I may read it, provide that the pension payable to a spouse under this subsection shall not be paid if the deceased retired judge entered into the marital relationship after retirement. I feel this would be disadvantage to the other spouse, considering how would you judge that this relationship has started after retirement? Because probably they dated for 10 years, and the day he retired, she or he decided to marry. So it would be disadvantage to the other person, and most probably, as I look at it, considering we have 107 male judges and 85 female judges, I can tell it is obvious that the most disadvantaged person here is going to be a female. In that case, I would say that this clause should be looked into, because it would be difficult to tell when exactly did this relationship start. Probably I was a girlfriend for 10 years and I didn't want the public or my family to know that I was dating the late. But 2-3 months later we marry, and you start counting from the day that he declared or I declared officially that I am his spouse. So I feel this should be looked into. Number 2, I have also seen here in additional benefits, a medical cover for the retired judge and the retired judge's spouse on the same terms as that enjoyed by serving judges. And I'm questioning it. Probably we marry at 70 and we get a child and he dies 3, 4, 5 years later. What happens to the child? Because here it's indicated that the medical cover is for the spouse only. So if there is a child who is under 18, then the child would suffer in these circumstances. So I think this should also be looked into. We should not just imagine that once you retire 70, then you're not capable of getting a baby. You are, if you are a male, you can get a child up to 100 years plus. So this should be looked into. Of course, there is this part of giving them access to VIP, perfect, VIP launch, but the security is a great concern. And we have seen many judges while in office being targeted by criminals. So imagine a poor retired old man or woman with no security who wants to go to the market, and those people that he might have jailed for whatever reason are still looking up to him and find him or her now not able to defend him or herself. So I think security should be major than anything else here. Of course, a member talked about at least providing one domestic worker. As you have seen here, we have talked of after retirement, if he or she decides to marry, if it's not amended and it remains as such, then the old lady or the old man who has arthritis will not be able to bend. Then give them at least benefit of one domestic worker. This would make their life a bit easy, considering they have served the country in under very difficult situations. So as I sit down, I want to confirm once more that I support this amendment, and I pray for our judges that this bill passes as they wishes, and we pray for them that they continue serving our country in their respective positions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Was there another member who wanted to contribute? Yes, yes, Whip.
Madam Speaker, I think the debate is enriching and the debate is great, and I think this is one piece of legislation that I will request that we give more members an opportunity to contribute. I want to stand, therefore, on Standing Order 96, that we defer this, we adjourn this debate. Yes, after probably the latecomer does that, Honorable Speaker, after that we don't end this debate, we allow it so that we can have another bite on another day. I think you understand the significance of this move, Honorable Speaker.
I'll propose a question for adjournment after Honorable Chepkonga has contributed.
Madam Speaker, you know, Honorable Baya, who we have said you should change his name to Honorable Muzuri. You know, if he continues in this, with his name, he will become like his name. And we want him to continue to be a good person. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this bill, which is indeed very important. It's important in the sense that we want to support the judiciary. As you know, Madam Speaker, you are one is the CRJ, the Chief Registrar of the court. And you did some very important reforms in the judiciary. I remember when I was the chair of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, you indeed made very many proposals, which we supported, including uplifting the standards of the judges, particularly those of the Court of Appeal, who at the moment they are still hanging around and the courts are not as good as we wanted them to look. And Madam Speaker, the judges work under very difficult situations. In fact, all judges and magistrates, there is nobody who listens to a happy case. All of them listen to bad things. In fact, sometimes I even sympathize with them. No one takes any good case to them to say we are happy people here. Either you are taking a murder case, you are taking a case where somebody has stolen from you, somebody who has refused to pay your debts. So they are not listening to things that bring people together in the sense that when that matter is concluded, these are happy people. Number two, including the advocates themselves, they go through a lot of trauma. Sometimes parties don't even understand. They appear before judges and they imagine that myself and Honorable TJ, because we are representing two different parties, he represents the defendant, I'm representing the plaintiff, that we should in fact be permanent enemies like they are as parties. And when they see me going to Trattoria to go and take tea, they can't understand. In fact, they sometimes sack one of the lawyers. How can you agree with that very crazy man? He said very bad things about me. Unknown to them that our profession, that is the way we are trained. We don't have enmity, it's just that we have a job to do. And likewise also for the judiciary, they have a job to discharge. They must make rulings. They must give judgments. And when they give judgments, one party would be unhappy, one party would be a loser, one party will be a winner, one party will be happy. And the party who is going to be very unhappy will take it very personal against that particular judge. Now you can imagine this judge is expected to retire at some point. This judge, as a policeman who is a guard, they have a police driver, they have a government vehicle, and then all of a sudden, somebody retires at the age of 70. And you are telling this person, just go home just the way you are. You know, I went to youth service. And at the youth service, they used to tell us, a chwap. We did not even know what a chwap was. We did not know it meant as you are. So when these judges retire, they are told as you are. And they are not as they were when they joined the judiciary. When they joined the judiciary, they were okay. But by the time they are leaving the judiciary, they leave with a lot of package. Many people have disagreed with them. And now you are saying they should not be protected. In fact, what I have seen, Madam Speaker, the proposals that they have made is too modest. In fact, at the third reading, Madam Speaker, I will be persuading the Chair of Justice and Legal Affairs that we move an amendment to provide for a security person for the life of that particular individual who has retired from the judiciary. Number two, I will also be proposing that that particular judge retires with that particular government vehicle. Yes. That is, they are driven, you know, they must also enjoy themselves. You know, you can imagine they have been very unhappy for almost 70 years. And then you send somebody to continue to be unhappy. They are being driven, you know, as you know, judges don't invest. They are told, don't invest anything. We'll just give you a salary. And they have been on a salary, which is very modest, Madam Speaker. And you know it yourself. We were struggling, and myself and Honorable TJ Kajwak, to increase their salaries. And Honorable Carol Leah knows, when he was the chief of staff of the former prime minister. You know, everybody wanted to assist the judges, but for some reasons, we couldn't find some way of doing so. Now, I think we have an opportunity to assist these judges. In fact, when they retire, on top of this retirement package that have been given, it should include a police officer, a security person, and a motor vehicle for the life. You know, somebody retires at the age of 70. If you look at the life expectancy in Kenya, it is not 70. We are somewhere about 58. So even if you give this person, if you give this person, don't worry, because you will get there. If you are not there, we'll pray you to get there. So, Madam Speaker, I see Honorable Fatuma, Full Network is very worried about not getting to 58, but we are praying for her to get to 58, so that they will be like the judges at the age of 70. So, Madam Speaker, for somebody who retires at 70, having gone through all those very bad situations, you don't expect that person to live to 94, where the former president lived. You know, if the former president, Moi, did not have security, did not have sufficient medical cover, he would have just died at the time when he retired. So he had a vehicle fully paid by government. He had security people escorting him wherever he wanted to go. And so he felt secure. And you know, when you have a peace of mind, you live longer, Madam Speaker. So we want these judges to live longer so that they are given opportunities to speak to the young lawyers. You know, I remember the late Justice Madan in one of his rulings, where there are two lawyers who are arguing, one old and the other one young. The old one was wondering, what does this young lawyer know? And the young one was wondering, what does this old man know? And Justice Madan intervened and told the old lawyer, please respect this young lawyer because he has the benefit or advantage of recent learning, which you don't have. There are certain laws which have been changed while you are not in school. There are better ways of doing research which is more conversant than yourself, including E. You know, number two, the younger judge, the younger lawyer was told by Justice Madan, respect this old lawyer because he has the benefit of experience which you don't have. So it was a draw. You know, everybody had to be respected one way or the other. The younger one was to be respected on account of his recent learning, and the older one on account of his experience. And so, Madam Speaker, we want that experience which these judges would have acquired over time. They should be going around, you know, come to CPST, train some of us on various rulings, even like those of Justice Lodening. You know, we have our own Justice Lodeling, which we are told is Justice Odunga. You know, we don't want Justice Odunga when he retires, he just goes to Nyalgunga. You know, Nyalgunga, it means home. I'm not a Luo, but that's what I'm told it is. It means home. We don't want him to just go home and just disappear there. We want him to come around and move and, you know, just like what my former student leader used to say, P.L.O. Lumumba. He used to say, we must moil and toil. You know, the fact that you have retired doesn't mean that you cannot moil and toil, Madam Speaker. We still want these judges to continue to moil and toil and, in fact, to mentor the younger generation so that we can be better lawyers, we can be better judges. And as you know, Madam Speaker, you are part of those who came up with the Judicial Training Institute. We want to have some of these older judges being lecturers, part-time lecturers in JTI, so that they can help the new judges to make good rulings, rulings that will inspire the younger generation. You know, when we You know, when we have judges like those ones, who are well grounded in jurisprudence, you know, these are fellows who should be mentoring the younger generation so that they can write better judgments than the older generation. Because every generation, the younger generation must always be better than the older generation because they have better knowledge, having received from the older generation, adding to their recent learning. They will make better judges, they'll make better lawyers, they'll make better legislators. And so, Madam Speaker, we don't need to go from here. We fly to Toronto for purposes of being schooled on matters of jurisprudence of a country in which we are. We don't want the jurisprudence of Canada. We are more interested with the jurisprudence of Kenya. We have a new constitution. And that new constitution, we need to hear, we need to see people making earthquake decisions. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support.
Okay. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the debate on the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, be now adjourned. Honorable members, I now put the question that the debate on the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, be now adjourned. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, motion. First report on the status of implementation of the Constitution by 3 commissions, resumption of debate.
Is there any, you'd like to debate? Okay. Yes, since there's no interest, I move to reply.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to reply. Let me begin by pardon? Let me begin by, sorry, I got distracted by Honorable T.J. Kajwang. Let me begin by just reminding the House of why we have Chapter 10 commissions and independent offices, which are commonly called the fourth arm of the state. We have 10 independent constitutional commissions and 2 independent offices, namely the Auditor General and the Controller of Budget. This Chapter 10 is the architecture of the accountability institutions in the Republic of Kenya. And why do we have them? So that we can understand what the challenges are and what the recommendations are. Honorable Speaker, they serve various purposes. One is to entrench constitutionalism, protect sovereignty of the people, protect interests of the people, ensure injustices to the people are remedied, promote national values and principles, and most importantly, ensure accountability and act as peacemakers between the citizens and the state and between the various state organs. And by their very role, they've been given a character that requires them to be independent, in other words, not subject to the control of another entity. They are supposed to be impartial. They are supposed to be specialized, and I'll emphasize specialized because we will deal with a particular challenge that undermines that particular characteristic of the independent commissions. In other words, they need to have protected budget, the commissioners need to have security of tenure, and they need to be allowed to operate independently. And even the members who are appointed to those commissions must be impartial. They must have the necessary skills to discharge their duties. And they are endowed, these commissions have the powers to investigate and make binding decisions. Honorable Speaker, if you look from our report and the contribution of the members, various challenges have been identified, which I hope we will refer to the Committee on Implementation and see how we can protect these Chapter 10 commissions. The first challenge is political interference by this, political interference by the political class on the operations of these independent commissions. And a case in point is the NADCO process. If you look at most of the recommendations that came out of the NADCO process, they are actually breaching into the responsibilities of these independent commissions. For example, there's a recommendation by NADCO that we merge National Gender and Equality Commission with Kenya National Human Rights Commission and the National Commission on NCIC. And you ask yourself, what expertise did NADCO have to make such a recommendation? And this, of course, interferes with what was well thought out during Bomas and at the time of constitutional making. But even most importantly, on the 2/3 gender rule, I think the formula for 2/3 gender rule should be work of some of these constitutional commissions. But you find overreach by the political class in trying to solve those problems. The second one is executive overreach. Again, based on the NADCO report, you saw recently a recommendation by the executive that victims of demonstrations be compensated. Yet we have a Kenya National Human Rights Commission which should deal with that particular issue. And I think we need to address these issues. And there's even more worrying examples of executive capture of these commissions, especially on the appointment of the members that sit in those commissions. You find a lot of political failures are recycled through these commissions. Members who do not necessarily have the requisite expertise to work in those commissions. So I think we need to deal with that issue. The other one is, biggest challenge we highlighted is the chronic underfunding of these institutions. If you look at Article 249, 3, Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution, it says that Parliament shall allocate adequate funds to enable each commission and independent office to perform its functions, and the budget of each commission and independent office shall be a separate vote. The reality is that these independent constitutional offices and commissions have their budgets collapsed within the executive in terms of sectoral working groups. They are not separated. So when the fiscal space has been designed and limited to a particular sector, we then breach that provision, Article 249, Sub-Article 3, by limiting the resources that we can dedicate to these independent commissions. And it is our recommendation that the independent commissions be removed from the sector working groups, because by their very nature, they are not supposed to be in sector working groups. They are supposed to be independent. They are accountability institutions that cannot be mixed together with the same institutions they are supposed to hold accountable. So we are recommending that the Committee on Implementation takes up that matter with the Treasury and see how to separate the vote and the budget making processes of the independent commissions and independent offices, particularly the 10 under Chapter 15, Auditor General and the Controller of Budget. This House is also guilty of non-implementation of the recommendations of the commissions. We have not been very proactive, we have not been very supportive, and I think we need to call ourselves out and find a way of implementing the recommendations that have been made by these commissions to this House. And I will be asking that we invite the Implementation Committee to prepare a list of all the recommendations that have been made by these commissions to this House and the status of their implementation, so that we can clearly see how this House has also not done its work. And there's also been inaction on our part with very dire consequences. Independent Boundaries and Independent Election Boundaries Commission was supposed to have done review of boundaries. And we are approaching the elections, and this has not been done because of inactivity of this House. I think we cannot solely blame IEBC. This House could not find a solution or a pathway, and that is a failure on our part. So we don't know how this will affect the upcoming elections, but let's hope for the best, because this matter was referred to the Supreme Court, and then it was referred back to the Commission because it was not properly constituted. And it is still pending out there. But I think Parliament needs to take a very proactive role in ensuring not just the independence and the functional autonomy of these commissions, but also the implementation of the recommendations they make. With those few remarks, Honourable Speaker, I beg to reply. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we shall put the question at the next session. Let's go to the next motion. The next order.
Order number 11, motion, consideration of sessional paper number 5 of 2024 on the National Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework.
The mover is not here. Then we'll defy it. Next order.
Because the motion is by the chair environment. Maybe you can ask him if he's moving on his behalf. Just leave it.
So there'll be no one to debate it as a Majority Leader, you wanted to move it on behalf of the... Okay.
Thank you. Speaker, I was asked to move this motion on the sessional paper number 5 of 2024 on the National Green Fiscal Incentive Policy Framework. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the National Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework sessional paper number 5 of 2024. Honorable Speaker, by way of introduction, this policy framework also seeks to steer Kenya onto a low-carbon, climate-resilient, and green development pathway using fiscal and economic mechanisms. It aligns with the Climate Change Act of 2016, Kenya's nationally determined contributions, NDCs, and the National Climate Change Action Plans, NCCAPs, all of which guide the nation's climate action agenda. Honorable Speaker, the overarching goal of this policy is to provide a coherent suite of fiscal actions that will accelerate Kenya's transition to a low-emissions economy, enhance climate resilience, and promote environmental sustainability while supporting inclusive green growth. Honorable Speaker, the framework is guided by 9 key principles, and these are the principles, Speaker: predictability, cost effectiveness, polluter pays, coherence, consultation, inclusiveness, transparency, equity, and sustainability. These principles ensure that fiscal interventions are transparent, are fair, and effective in addressing environmental challenges. Honorable Speaker, the policy is a timely response to the realities of the global economy, where investors are shifting rapidly from carbon incentive to green investment, and key technologies are experiencing cost reductions. Honorable Speaker, the framework positions Kenya to remain competitive in this evolving landscape. Several salient provisions of the policy framework, Honorable Speaker, I would like to speak about them. Honorable Speaker, the National Green Fiscal Incentive Policy Framework is structured into 11 thematic areas, each proposing targeted fiscal measures to promote green growth and sustainable development. Honorable Speaker, the thematic areas that I would like to talk about include: 1, disaster risk management, fiscal tools such as flood control funds, crop and livestock insurance, and catastrophe bonds. I know my friend will be interested in that. Catastrophe bonds. Have you ever heard of that? Yes, he has. Mr. Speaker, he's a very learned man and he understands that. Water and blue economy incentives for water harvesting, sustainable fisheries, wetland restoration, and green port infrastructure. 3, health and sanitation, support for disease surveillance systems, energy-efficient medical equipment, and organic pesticides. And I know the Honorable Speaker, for many years in the floor of this House, has been talking about organic pesticides. You know, she has waged a successful war. I don't know successful in organic pesticides, but at least she has done something about this. 4, agriculture and food security, fiscal incentives for climate-smart agriculture, post-harvest technologies, and livestock resilience. 5, forestry, wildlife and tourism, ecological fiscal transfers, payments for ecosystem services, and carbon offset integration. 6, Honorable Speaker, human settlement and infrastructure, incentives for green buildings and circular economy infrastructure. 7, renewable energy, promotion of geothermal, solar, wind, and off-grid renewable while phasing out fossil fuel thermal plants. Clean cooking. Honorable Speaker, we celebrated the Clean Cooking Week in Kilifi, and I think the Honorable First Lady Her Excellency was actually there to preside over the Clean Cooking Week, and I think this is part of this fiscal, green fiscal policy, Honorable Speaker. Incentives for clean fuels and zero rating of electric cookers. Manufacturing, fiscal support for eco-labeling and resource-efficient production systems. Transport, incentives for electric vehicles, e-mobility infrastructure, and biofuels. And I think this country has moved great strides, Honorable Speaker, towards electric vehicles. And I think these days we see a lot of e-mobility. I see a lot of border, Honorable Speaker, that are actually electric vehicles and they are out there. And 9, Honorable Speaker, waste management, fiscal support for circular economy businesses and waste to energy initiatives. I think there was some initiatives in Dandora that's supposed to take place on the waste to energy. And I think this country is moving very fast. I know many counties are looking at opportunities in waste to energy initiatives, Honorable Speaker, so that we can turn the waste that we have into energy and reduce biofuel uses and actually also reduce and increase green energy consumption in this country. Madam Speaker, the policy further proposes the establishment of a Kenya Green Investment Bank, KGIB, to mobilize public and private capital for climate action. The bank will de-risk green investments through blended finance solutions such as guarantees, concessional loans, and credit enhancement. Madam Speaker, the KGIB, or the Kenya Green Investment Bank, will bridge financing gaps and catalyze large-scale investment in renewable energy, clean transport, climate-smart agriculture, and sustainable infrastructure. It will be a key driver in Kenya's transition to a green economy. Madam Speaker, in line with Article 118(1)(b) of the Constitution 2010, the committee invited public participation through media advertisement and a stakeholder consultation. Stakeholders included the National Treasury, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, State Department for Forestry, and the Office of the Attorney General. Honorable Speaker, all these participated during the public participation phase to enrich this bill, this policy, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, the National Treasury emphasized that the policy framework is critical to mobilizing climate finance through multiple sources such as public, private, multilateral, and bilateral towards Kenya's NDCs and NCCAPs. They noted that green fiscal reforms will stimulate investment, correct environmental externalities, and generate additional revenue for government. Madam Speaker, there's always been this talk that there's a lot of money in climate change, But you see, as a country, we don't have a proper policy. We have a law on carbon emissions and carbon credits and all that, Honorable Speaker. But we don't have a sessional paper, proper policy, Honorable Speaker, that anchors climate financing in our regime, in our law regime, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the State Department for Forestry supported the framework, welcoming tools such as ecological fiscal transfers, EFTs, and payments for ecosystem services, PEEs, to reward conservation efforts. They called for the institutionalization of natural capital accounting to capture the economic and ecological value of Kenya's forest and ecosystem services. Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Attorney General confirmed that the policy framework was developed in compliance with the Constitution and all relevant environmental laws and policies, having participated fully in the interagency process led by the National Treasury. My Speaker, the committee observed that the policy framework, A, promotes a comprehensive fiscal approach to green transitions, B, encourages private sector participation through mechanisms like EFTs and green bonds. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I would like the Honorable Member for Suba West to prepare to support, to second this policy. I know he has a lot of things to say, and I'll be glad to be seconded by him. Introduces balanced incentives and disincentives to guide sustainable investment. And D, establish the Kenya Green Investment Bank as a catalyst for green finance. Honorable Speaker, I do agree with the committee recommendations that the House, A, adopts the report on session paper number 5 of 2024, the National Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework, and B, resolves that all future legislation and regulations developed by ministries, departments, and agencies be guided by the provisions of this framework. Honorable Speaker, this policy framework is a cornerstone of the government bottom-up economic transformation agenda, better, and reflects Kenya's unwavering commitment to sustainability, equity, and inclusive prosperity. It will enable our nation to harness green finance, create jobs, and protect the environment for future generations. Honorable Speaker, I therefore urge honorable members to support this motion as it provides a sound fiscal and policy foundation for Kenya's green transformation. Honorable Speaker, I would like to invite the Honorable Karoli Omondi to second this policy framework. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I was not intending to second, but I've been ambushed because I have some recommendations that I may have to make. But I rise to second the motion on the National Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework. I think this is the right way to go, to mainstream fiscal incentives in our planning processes and budgetary processes so as to protect the climate and also implement what are called climate action. I think Kenya is at the forefront in this particular area, not just as the host of United Nations Environment Program, but also as a country that is endowed with a lot of resources. And I think this is a very good policy framework that highlights the government priorities as well as the government proposals in terms of offering fiscal incentives and also ensuring that government processes comply with the needs of climate change adaptation. But, Honorable Speaker, because I said I was not supposed to second that, some other ideas on the which I thought would improve on the policy, if I could be allowed to say them, or one of the issues of concern to me in this policy framework is that I did not see very strong provisions on how to stop misuse of resources dedicated to climate adaptation. And I just wanted to give an example of a project that has been implemented in this country called Gas Yetu. I think you all remember the Mwananchi Gas project by the National Oil Corporation of Kenya. That project was intended to help reduce respiratory diseases, enhance quality of life, and also reduce deforestation. And the project involved supply of 6 kg gas cylinders to members of the public at 2,000 shillings per cylinder and 1,500 for refill of gas. The project estimate was about 1.2 billion, but the implementation was characterized with a lot of difficulties. 60,000 houses were targeted, but if you look at the audit report, there was poor accountability, there were some defective cylinders and logistical inefficiencies. About 79,057 gas cylinders supplied were faulty, while 149,733 cylinders could not be accounted for in that project. So I think this policy needs to address these challenges so that when there are government interventions to mainstream climate change adaptation, the resources are not misused. The second point I would like to raise is misuse of fiscal incentives, and that is the thrust of this policy, where there'll be tax waivers, concessional loans, interest rate rebates, subsidies, for those to encourage people to adapt to climate change. Yeah, recently, I looked at a report, a tax expenditure report by the National Treasury, and it said that Kenya forgoes about 510 billion Kenya shillings, which is about 3.4% of the GDP, in terms of tax waivers, concessional loans, interest rate subsidies, and the rest. And that amount of money is estimated to be able to do a new Nairobi Expressway. Yet, the impact of these waivers have not been quantified so that we can audit whether we've really achieved the intended purposes. So I think this policy could be improved so as to avoid misuse of these fiscal incentives in the future. And also, studies show that a lot of fiscal incentives tend to favor the rich and burden the poor. I think this policy could also be improved by having more paragraphs dealing with that particular question, how the incentives here can be used to improve the livelihoods of the poor and not just be benefits that accrue to the rich or the sophisticated businessmen who can enhance their balance sheets. And finally, Honorable Speaker, I would like to suggest that we improve on the policy framework by emphasizing on building institutional capacity within the Treasury, within the Ministry of Environment and the Office of the Attorney General to deal with climate action and climate adaptation issues. I think this is a very sophisticated area of both legal and environmental practice. And I don't think Kenya already has the sort of skill set within the public service to deal with these issues. And I've not seen in this particular policy framework a paragraph dealing with that particular question of how to build institutional capacity to harness the benefits of international instruments that we have for climate adaptation and climate change. With those remarks, I beg to second. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the sessional paper number 5 of 2024 on the National Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework laid on the table of this House on Tuesday, 30th September 2025, and approves sessional paper number 5 of 2024 on the National Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework. Honorable Fatuma, you wanted to speak?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this kind opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I stand here to support this initiative. It's a very good initiative for the government, from the government. I'll just speak on one particular area where it's touching on the renewable energy, promotion of geothermal, solar, wind, and off-grid renewable while facing our fossil fuel thermal plants. Honorable Speaker, renewable energy is the way to go because right now the world is suffering and we know that we do need a clean environment. And renewable energy mostly is found in sunlight, wind, water, and heat from the earth. And Kenya, being a very hot country, being a very hot part of the continent, renewable energy will really be sustainable in our country. So on a short notice, I would say I do support this initiative, and I thank you for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you. Honorable Jen Kagiri, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to support the Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework, sessional paper number 5 of 2024. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this policy because of mainly the thematic areas that have been picked. And Honorable Speaker, looking at disaster risk management, the water and blue economy, health and sanitation, agriculture and food and security, and forestry, wildlife and tourism, these are the backbone of what keeps our economy going, Honorable Speaker. And looking at incentives that would actually make sure these various thematic areas progress, Honorable Speaker, my addition to this contribution would be that the first thing we need to actually look at what KPIs we are going to use to measure the achievement of whatever we are trying to target. The second thing, Honorable Speaker, we also need to test our capacity and be sure that we are going to be able to measure and be transparent with whatever we are intending to achieve, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there should also be independent evaluation, whereby we don't have people who are going to be cartels in the industry or who are going to be the money makers in something intended to benefit the whole country. Again, Honorable Speaker, we have to set very clear objectives for us to achieve our goals and for us to see if these incentives were actually intended and achieving whatever they are supposed to. We also need to choose the correct instruments that would guide us in checking whether the incentives we are giving are actually giving us the targeted results. Honorable Speaker, I submit and I support.
You mover, you can reply.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. And I want to thank every member who has contributed to this session paper number 5 of 2024 on the National Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework. Honorable Speaker, key piece of policy, Honorable Speaker, sessional paper that will help to anchor all laws, Honorable Speaker, that are related to the environment, Honorable Speaker, and also that it will bring more money to the country using the green back or the green energy, Honorable Speaker. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank everybody, and I want to reply. I thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. To the next order.
Order number 12, motion, report on the audited accounts for the Judiciary Mortgage Scheme Fund for the financial year 2011-2012 to 2021-2022.
Person, special funds.
Thank you once more, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as the Chair of Special Funds Accounts Committee, I request you kindly to defer the debate to a later date. Thank you.
Thank you. It's so deferred to the next session. Next order.
Order number 13, motion, consideration of sessional paper number 5 of 2023 on the National Policy on Labor Migration.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor. They're not here, so we'll also defer that one. Next order.
Order number 14, motion, report on the audited accounts for the Commodities Fund for the financial years 2018-2019 to 2021-2022.
Person, Special Funds Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I kindly request that we defer it to a later date. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
It's so deferred to the next session. Is that this, okay, order number 15?
Order number 15, motion, report on the audited accounts for the Stores and Services Fund for the financial years 2020-2021 and 2021-2022, and the Occupational Safety and Health Fund for the financial years 2020, 2021, and 2021-2022.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Kindly, I request you to defer it to a later date.
Thank you. It's so deferred. Next order.
Order number 16, motion, report on the audited accounts for the Land Settlement Fund for the financial years 2020-2021 and 2021-2022, and the Railway Development Fund holding account for the financial years 2017-2018 to 2021-2022.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Kindly defer it to a later date. Thank you.
Thank you. That's also so deferred. Next order. It's the last order.
Order number 17, motion, consideration of a petition regarding pollution of River Athi.
The chairperson for the Committee on Public Petitions is not present. Neither is any member, so that will also be deferred. Honorable members, the time being 6:52 p.m. This House stands adjourned until Thursday, 20th November 2025 at 2:30 p.m.